subnose. Okay. Good morning, but somehow it's formal because I'm being a teacher to my young students. That good morning, everybody. I'm sure everyone is excited about the future today. Are you ready to board the bus now? I'll tell you what, you can sit wherever you like. Right. So the answer is the teacher. Good job. You are doing very right in sociolinguistics. How about the second one? Hello. May I ask what it is made of? Is it water resistant? What is it then?
A chopper.
A chopper.
Good. See, you belong to my world now. You belong to my soul. I didn't tell you there is no word like shopping here. But the language gives you the clue, right? What is the clue here?
Made
the
of?
language clue?
Made of
water resistant.
Well, made of, but that's not the point. The point is, I think the highlight is on
Sure, madam.
Ma'am.
You don't use the word madam with your friend, with
Yes.
your students, with your husband either. But you talk to a sales assistant. So you see that when you teach the language, you need to teach the students to be analytical so that they can have critical thinking skills that they can analyze. And one day, hopefully they can use it in a very fruitful way, that when you talk to people, you need to use the right language. That's why some people can be a good salesperson, right? For example, if you go to Ma Buin Krong or Siam Center คุณผู้หญิงคะผู้หญิงจะรับอะไรดีคะ Look at the language, how beautiful it is. But if you go to Lotus or Big C near your house, พี่อะไรอ่ะพี่อะไรล่ะมันจะฆ่ากัน So you see that this makes the difference between high class department store and low class middle store. So if you want to be a good one, use the language properly. Okay, good job so far, so good. You did a very good job here. Now look at the next example. Next, how was your day at work? Not so bad. I got all the things done.
The wife.
A wife.
You think it's a wife? I think this one, if she's a wife, they are going to get divorced soon. They will get the divorce soon. Why? Because the language is a little bit cold and indifferent. Very cold, no sense of affection. No, so I don't think this is a close. This is not a close. Well, I think I make a mistake here because I plan to have a colleague here, a colleague. So this one, sorry, it's my fault. It's to be a colleague. It's a colleague because the language is very neutral. There is no romance. There is no colloquialism there. Okay, sorry, it's my bad. How about the next one? This is only clear. What is it? Who am I?
Keynote speaker.
Keynote speaker.
Very good. It's a keynote speaker. How do you know? The language is very proper, right?
Good morning,
Right.
ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. You have to address your audience, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't know them. As a keynote speaker, you're not supposed to know them. That's why you've got to honor them by saying, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't do this with your husband or family either, right? Very good. The last two. Honey, can you pass me some salt? Sure, here it is. Who am I?
Wife.
A
Wife.
wife.
Yeah, clearly. Well, this means that the relationship is good because you still talk to your husband as honey, even though you don't want to. Honey, can you pass me some salt? Sure, here it is. So the language clue, right? You don't use honey with your colleague. You don't use it with your colleague for sure. And how about the last one, which is a bit more challenging? What is it?
Mom.
A mom.
A mom.
Good. How do you know that is a mom?
Oh dear.
How do you know?
My cutie.
Right, my cutie.
My
This is an affectionate term, right? When you talk to someone who's younger and you love that person adorably, my cutie, my sweetie pie, my honey, you say, oh, my cutie, means that that person is young and that person maybe it's a feminine, right? Exactly. It's a mom talking to a young daughter. See, now, what have you seen here, right? You see that the language can vary. And then as a language teacher, you need to be very sensitive to the language used. You don't just simply translate. Why? Because translation will not work. That's why you have to say, oh, this is my little cutie, and this is honey for husband. Honey can be used for the daughter as well, but not in this context. Okay, good. Now you know what sociolinguistics is like, but that's not enough then, right? Actually, I plan it to be a group work or pair work, but it doesn't work here anymore. So we can do it as a group work instead. For example, these are the 4 scenarios. And I want you to focus on the language used in these 4 scenarios, right? Number 1, when you greet someone, okay, you can use hi, good morning, hi, dude. They have the same function of greeting, right? But are they exactly the same in sociolinguistics? Yes or no? Yeah, you can turn on the mic. I don't mind. You can, because I need to interact, right? So greeting can be manifested differently, like hi, good morning, hi, dude. Now you can tell that these 3, which one is the most informal?
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning.
I said, which one is the most
You.
informal?
Oh,
Informal.
Dude.
What's up, man?
No, I mean these
Hang out.
3. These
Dude.
3. When I say
dude, hi, dude.
good
Hi,
morning, and
dude.
hi, dude,
Hi, dude.
which one is the most informal?
Hi, dude.
Hi, dude.
Now you see that when saying hi, dude, it must be African Americans, มาแล้วค่ะ
Yes.
right? And then, oh, hi, dude, man. Oh, come on, why didn't you come in and have some coffee with us? The language got to be like that. Very colloquial, right? So that's when hi, dude is the most informal. Good morning is the most formal. And hi is somehow in the middle. So you see that the language used when you meet your president, you don't say, hi, dude, president. Hey, dude, tomorrow, quit the job. Why? Because the language is not clear, right? Don't do that,นะคะ. Don't even try. Next, the next one. What's up, man? What's up, man? Hang out, hang out. Both of them are very informal, okay? But still slightly different, because when you say, what's up, man? You know that the word man is used not to refer to a man. It is used by African American to anyone. What's up, man? Yo, right? And the last one, ending. Love you. See ya. Right? Now, you see that in Thailand, we teach the language in such a way that nobody talks like that at all. How? Good morning, teacher. How are you? Fine, thank you. And you? If you are still doing that, please, sociolinguistically, it doesn't work at all. First of all, there is no other nation in the world that call the teacher as a teacher. I don't know about Burma, but in Thailand, we call teacher all the time. In America, I will be called Miss BB. See, why don't we teach this culture to our Thai students that don't call me teacher, because you are labeling that person. In the market, teacher, everyone knows, oh, นี่ครูเหรอ? She doesn't look like one,นะคะ? See that you are labeling them. So that's why we say, good morning, Miss BB. That would be a better way of doing things, okay? So I hope to see a new chapter in the Northeast,นะคะ? Well, if you have learned from me, try to teach young kids, say, Miss ปิยชัดค่ะ Miss ออนสิริค่ะ Miss พัฒนันท์ไม่ใช่ค่ะ teacher ค่ะ Why? Because it doesn't sound right at all. And then goodbye, you don't have to say, you say, bye, see ya, right? When you say, see ya, you see that? You don't say, see you. No, it doesn't exist. Just say, see ya, gotcha, right? Make it cool. A language teacher got to be sexy at all time, no matter what. ใช่ไหมคะ? Can you be sexy? You got to be. because language is sexy enough, so you've got to be ปรัชญา ใช่ไหมคะ Can you be sexy? Okay. Now the next one then, right? I want you to analyze the 4 scenarios here. Number one scenario, as a student in a screening interview to participate in a school play on New Year's Day. Think about this one. And what kind of language you use as a greeting. When that person walks in and take an interview to participate in a school play, of course, that person must be quite young, but polite. How about the second one? As an applicant in a job interview with an executive officer of a company, I will come back to the questions here. Number 3, as a friend in a telephone conversation with an American friend on a SkyTrain or BTS in Bangkok. Number 4, as a long-term American friend in a private conversation at home. Now, let's take a look at these 4 scenarios. Number 1 question. Do you use the same greeting for all these 4 situations? Do you use the same greeting? Yes or no?
No.
Please don't say the same, okay? Because these scenarios require different language output. Which one is the most formal of all these 4 scenarios?
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2. Why? Why do you think this one is the most formal?
Okay, can I try?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Because we are talking with the expert in that place, right? So we have to use like formal language.
Right. Very good. Thank you so much. Right. See, because you are talking to someone we call that someone who is superior.
Yes.
Right. We have superior, someone above you, and we have subordinate, someone under you. So in number 2, you've got to analyze the situation. If you're going to walk in for a job interview with an executive officer, the language got to be completely different. You might want to end your utterances with sir and ma'am according to the gender of the executive officer. Yes, sir, I am very interested in this position, sir. I am interested in this position, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity to come here. So you have the language got to be completely different, right? And then once you finish your interview, you can say, see, no. What would be the last thing to say when you finish your interview and maybe you say goodbye? What would be just something you say? You may have to say, thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to hearing from you soon. See, the language is very proper and very informal. Why? Because you are talking to an executive officer. Okay. Now, so let's move on to number 1, right? A student, you want to interview for a school play. You might want to say, hi or hello. Hello, my name is Bibi, right? And then thank you very much for your time. That's the ending, right? How about number 3? Now, I want to hear from you, number 3. As a friend in a telephone conversation, let's say as a close friend, but it's a telephone conversation on a SkyTrain. You've got to think about the situation, right? You are on a train, and that train is quite crowded with other passengers. And you can say, yeah, that bitch. You cannot say that, right? You can do it on a phone conversation if it's private. But on a BTS or SkyTrain, which is very crowded, you're not supposed to do that because you are lowering yourself, acting like someone off the street. So the language, yeah, we can talk, and you got to lower your voice a little bit too. How about the last one? You're talking to a long-term American friend, and that's right. Now you can go ahead. You can use that. Hey, what's up? You're lost. See, long time no see. What's up? Any ups and downs? Any updates? See that? The language in these 4 scenarios are going to be completely different. Based on what? Social factors, right? For this one, age. For this one, what is that? Social status. because you're talking to an executive officer who is much higher than you. This one, think about what environment that on a train, you cannot yell, you cannot shout, you cannot scream. And the last one, go ahead. You can have a blast, right? Because it's at home and it's your close friend. So these scenarios require different use of language, okay? Sorry, I couldn't do the task because it's more than the class, the size is bigger than that. Now, this is an exercise. When we talk about variation, in sociolinguistics, we divided the variations into levels, okay? The smallest level that I want to talk is called phonological variation. And I think this is very interesting. You need to use the term as a language teacher to describe the scenarios to the students that, oh, teacher, why do people say this word differently? Now look at the word D-A-T-A. And I'm sure that 19 people in this group, you might not say the same thing, the same way of this word. Okay, on a count to 3, I want you to turn on the microphone and read the word out loud according to your way. When the way you read it, it might not be right. I'm not talking about right or wrong, okay? But just say it, okay? So ready now, you turn on your microphone and say it. On a count to 3,นะคะ? 1, 2, 3.
Data.
Data. Butter.
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 Oh, no,
Car.
just the first word, just the first word.
Data.
Okay, the first word.
Data.
The
Okay.
first word.
Data.
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 Interestingly, Ajahn, I don't know what happened to your students, but your
Some students should say data.
okay, go ahead, say it. It's your turn. Go ahead, say data. Sayไปเลยค่ะ นะคะ
Data. Hi, student.
Based on your production, you are not that, you don't have that kind of much variation. But you know what? In real life, this one can have, you can say data, that's one. The second one, data, 2. The third one, data, right? And the last one, data. They are not the same. Data, 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 data. I'm not saying the same thing at all. So this is called phonological variation. What does it mean? That it means that the one word can have multiple pronunciations, right? Now the question is, which one is right and which one is wrong? And the answer is, according to sociolinguistics, everyone is good. But what you say, it depends on your variation, right? If you go to England, they will say data, data, data. Clearly data. But if you go to America, you say data, data, data. I say, what is that? That's exactly what is called pronunciation. So you don't have to disguise your own identity. Be who you are. But once you teach your students, don't say that, oh, no, this is right and this is wrong, because all of them are good, except data,นะคะ? Except data. That's very okay, now let's move on to the next word. Turn on the microphone again, please. And
Butter.
say this word, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Butter.
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 Oh, I can see now that some of you are from England and some of you, congratulations on your own identity, right? That this word like butter, butter. So the chance is you are in America, they'll say what? Butter, 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 right? Butter, butter, which is very typical American pronunciation. But if you go to England, they will say butter, butter. However, that's a big overgeneralization, because if you go to certain parts of London, the poor area of London, they say see? So that's nothing right or wrong. That's the way they actually say it around the world. Now, again, the last one. I want you to say it now. Turn on your microphone, please, and say the word CAR. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Car.
Car. Car.
Everyone
Car.
wants to make me happy by saying car.
Car.
Right. So again, the word car, that's very likely American English. But I'm not saying that when you say car, it's totally, completely British. Because if you speak representative, like, Queen Elizabeth, then you will say car. But if you go to Ireland, you will say car, right? So let's think about that then. It's a variation. It's not only a British or American English. Let's take a look at this sentence. It's very interesting. If you go to New York, right, they will say, park the car in the yard near the park. Oh, by the end of the sentence, you would like to collapse. เป็นลมดีกว่า right? Now, everyone say it the way you want to say it, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Park.
Park the car.
Car.
Near the park.
Near the park.
Park the car near the yard.
You feel tired, right? Park the car in the yard near the park. Again, so you see that? You can say park the car in the yard near the park. But that sounds not very stylish either. So again, it depends on your variation. So this is to say that when we see this, we label it as pronunciation variation or phonological variation. After this part, I will let you take the test. So you better be careful and listening up, right? Okay. So this is called pronunciation variation, but that's not it. There are 2 more levels. The second level is called grammatical variation. Now, we already know that when we talk about grammar includes what? Morphology and syntax. Okay, I'm sure you know these terms by heart now as a PhD student. These are the instances that you will run into all the time. That the verb learn, some people say learned, and some people say learned. I know as a language teacher, you need to know exactly that which one is correct, or both are correct. At this point, the answer is both are correct, and they are always correct. Depends on where you are from. If you are really British one, they will say learn, learned, learned. But American, no. Why should we make our life more painful to say learn, learned, and learned? So as a language teacher, you need to know more than that before marking the student's output as right or wrong. The second one, it's a bit off, but it happened in America, especially in certain parts of America. They say draw. We know the past tense is drew, but in certain parts, like in the Appalachian Mountains, they use drawed. I know this is not very standard, but you cannot say that it's wrong either. It depends on the class, though. You have teaching grammar, then it's wrong, but it's in sociolinguistics, it's a variation. The next one, she likes dogs. Oh, Ajahn, this one, we see it all the time. Why? Because ours produce a sentence like this, right? No S. But you know what? In certain groups, especially among certain people in America, especially African Americans, the grammar is going to be changing. They don't have S here anymore. Okay, I'm not saying that เอาละค่ะมันละค่ะเดี๋ยวนี้นะคะอาจารย์ I will teach my students not to conjugate ไม่เติม S ละค่ะ no I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in certain parts, this form is acceptable. But of course, in Thailand, it's going to be a bit too far-fetched to go that far. Okay, the next one. Okay, I didn't do nothing. I'm using Black English accent. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. That's how African American would say. What happened to this sentence? Well, as a teacher, you say, Ajahn, it's wrong. In this sentence, we label it as, we call it double negative. You need to know the term,นะคะ, because as a teacher, you need to know the term in order to tell them what's wrong. It's wrong because it's double negative, which in standard English, double negative is not permitted, right? I did nothing or I didn't do anything, but I did not do nothing. It's sort of off. Next, the plant needs watering. Can anyone tell me that what would be another variation for this sentence? What would be another variation? Is this the only way to say this? Nope. There is another one. Go ahead, Kat.
The plant needs to be watered.
Very good. Good job. That's a very standard one, right? The plant needs to be watered. Right. So that's exactly traditional grammar. The plant needs, and needs followed by to. The plant needs to be watered. Right. But again, nowadays, you can Google it and you can see this phrase that now the plant needs watering. It's becoming acceptable too. And this is called grammatical variation. Okay. The next one, I might could go there. You can see that this is being used too in by many people in America, especially in movies. What happens here? What is the target one? What is the more standard one for this sentence?
Might and could only use one.
Right. You can use only one model, right? I might go there. I could go there. Right. Okay. And the last one, I ain't hungry. I ain't hungry. African American use ain't all the time for negation. I am not, I has not, I ain't hungry. So this is called grammatical variation. And that's why for your research purposes or for your academic pursuits, you need to classify that one is called pronunciation variation. The second one is called grammatical variation. Is the classification clear? Because it's the test which is coming up. The last one is called lexical variation, right? Lexical variation is very common. Why? Because people use vocabulary all the time. And vocabulary can be confusing for Thai learners, more or less. And it is indeed confusing, right? Look at the first pair. We have learned the word pail and bucket. And we know the meaning, no doubt about that. But what is the difference between pail and bucket? Similarly, bag and sack, right? What is the difference? Elevator and lift. What's the difference? Now, can you tell me the difference? Some say, oh, pail is a big one, bucket is a small one. No. Actually, this is called lexical variation. It means that in different parts of America, if you go to the South, they will use the word pail, right? They will use the word pail in the South. If you go to the North or the Northeast, they use the word bucket. How can we know? Of course, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. And that's why once you encounter something in the lesson, you need to explain to them so that they know better than us, okay? Again, the word bag and sack, right? When you go shopping to the department store in America, you want a bag, you want a bag. In the South, you want a sack. You want a sack? ไม่ใช่กระสอบนะคะ it's just a bag. The next one is very clear, right? Elevator is American English. Lift is the British English. And that's why Americans couldn't use the word lift, whereas the British couldn't use the word elevator because it's not their identity. So this is called lexical variation. Not only that, then, lexical variation can include the word knock up. Now, what does mean knock up? This is a very dangerous thing to say. My daughter said, Mom, can you knock me up at 8 tomorrow? Can you knock me up at 8? What does it mean knock me up?
Call.
Right, wake up. Can you wake me up? Knock up, one meaning means to wake someone up. But then the second one, she was knocked up. She was knocked up. It means what?
Like
She
passed
was
out?
pregnant.
Oh, I see.
She was pregnant. Therefore, girls, be careful. Don't keep saying this and this. Oh, please knock me up. The guys will be very happy to do it for you. It's very dangerous because knock up can have two meanings: to get someone pregnant or to wake someone up. It depends on the language variety. You can see these words in the film though. Okay, so you can see that there are three variations. What is the first one again? You're going to take the test soon. That's why I want to review it. What is the first one? Pronunciation.
Variation.
Now, what does it mean by pronunciation? It means that one word can have more than one pronunciation. Is that possible? Very possible. For example, the word task. You can say task. You can say task, right? You can say chance. You can say chance. Depends on your regional variation, right? I say, I want to go to Malaysia. I want to go to Malaysia. Some people say, I want to go to Malaysia. See that? These are all pronunciation variations. And that's why it's, as a language learner, it's not easy because you will get confused. Which one is correct? Data, 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 or are pronunciation. The second one is grammatical variation. It's about morphology and syntax. And the last one, just basically vocabulary. Now, what I want you to do is, please, you can scan to this and take the test. There are 25 items. They are very straightforward. This is the way to get acquainted with the idea of pronunciation, grammar variation, and lexical variation. I'll give you 10 minutes to work on this. There is no pass and fail. Okay, everyone will be okay, and it's so easy. Okay. it's very easy right อาจารย์อัครพลใช่ไหมคะ very easy and straightforward about 5 minutes more I think I want you to tell me one thing that for example what is a good example of your lexical variation grammar variation and pronunciation at least one word that you remember from the test So I want to give me one example and explain to me why you think it's a lexical variation or grammar or pronunciation variation. Just only one word that you can remember. Five more minutes. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's done. Who's not done yet? Okay, right. Now, okay. I'm going to, ask one by one to tell me what you learned from this. Ha, Ajahn Piyashat, can you go first? Anything you remember from the test? Anything from the test that you learned more today?
The first thing about pronunciation, it's the word like butter. We pronounce differently. It depends on the area that they speak. And also the second one is about grammatical variation. It's the word from the test. It's should, ought to. Actually, those two are the same meaning, but some people might say two words like double words at the same time. And also the last one is lexical variation. It's the word invigilator, invigilate, and also proctor.
Okay, thank you. Right. Actually, it's only one answer only, but thank you for 3 answers. Right. I think interesting is the word proctor and invigilator. I have colleagues who are both from England and America. And you know what? Because given my background of my education background in America, I one day asked my colleague who is a British, said, oh, you have to proctor today? And you know what he said? No, I don't proctor. I invigilate. The answer stunned me for 5 minutes. I said, man, look at that guy, the way he, มันกวนไหมล่ะคะนะ said, do you proctor today? No, I don't. I invigilate. But I think it's interesting for us to learn more. That's how we could understand people more, how to appreciate. And I shouldn't have asked him to begin with that, do you proctor today? Because I know for sure that he's a British. He wouldn't use the word invigilate. Okay, next ค่ะ คุณวัญชนะค่ะ say one thing about the test.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, I haven't done it yet, but I've learned from the test. It's the thing that I noticed there are three part of a thing that we have to consider as a teacher about to use with our students, especially the way they pronounce any words. I use, based on my experience, that I used to correct them in my own way that I think it might be correct. But from your lecture, I just know that it's very important to focus on this because it depends on the difference of their pronunciation from different part that they come from. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's crucial. Why? Because our students have been through many teachers. And some teachers might, have adopted, British-based pronunciation. And some teachers might have adopted American-based, and that's why when they come to us and we fix them, and then they say, but they learned that before. So that's why they got confused. Okay, thank you. Next, Kun Rosamond, anything that you want to mention about the test?
Yes, thank you, Professor. I learned from this taste is there are 3 levels of language variation. The first one is phonological, that we have to get different pronunciation of one word. And the next one is grammatical, is like morphology and syntax, so that we have to learn how they use differently. And the last one is a lexical variation, that we have to know that every region have their own words. Yes, that's all for my learn from this taste. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want you to, the next person, please just give me one example from the test. Okay, yeah, answer it,ค่ะ.
Okay, can you hear my voice? Okay.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to aim at the first one. Okay, it's about phonology. Because I learned that the sounds of police and police. Okay, it's very not the same sound, right? The next one is Malaysia and Malaysia. Okay, the next one is about English grammar, right? I have found out that someone say it needs to be cleaned and needs cleaning, right? It's very different, right? And for the lexical words, the first one, for example, like a brook and stream, is very if not the same sound, and different meaning too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, just only one example from each, otherwise it will take so much time. Now, back to that, then the word police.
Yes.
You know that in a target or in a standard English, for the stress pattern, there is only one correct answer. Okay? You cannot shift around. For example, the word like material, there is one target answer like material. But the stress shift cannot be acceptable in every word. Some words are not acceptable at all, okay? So it depends on the situation. Wang Yili, any example from, only one example?
I'm sorry, I can't scan the picture, and I'll just
okay.
Because but I can maybe I can see from my own teaching experience, and for example, about the pronunciation variation, and I think that my students also have the problem about the pronunciation of their teachers, because I can see that some teachers in my university just maybe Britain English, and some are American English, and some the students are always confused. And about the grammatical variations, and I think that maybe the English for examination is one thing, and the communication, the English we use in our daily life is another thing. And maybe the written English sometimes are also formal, and the oral spoken sometimes we can just use informal English. That's my understanding about it.
Okay, thank you. คุณยุทธจักรคะ long time no see นะคะ nice to see you again ค่ะ คุณยุทธจักร
สวัสดีครับ Professor long time no see. We
You
miss
are
you
one
a
of my
lot.
best students. I remember you clearly, and then you contributed to the class. So glad to see you again. คุณยุทธจักรคะ just say one thing about what you learned from the test ค่ะ Anything you learned from the test?
Okay, one thing I would share, okay, about grammar. Okay, grammar. Okay, I would like to share something easy. The item comparing between should and ought to. Yes, should and ought to. This is okay. One of the small thing that is important to teach to our students, because normally nowadays we see the use of should. Yes, it seems that ought to gradually disappear in our context. This is what I see, but I don't know if all of you see the same way with me, but I think don't we don't normally see ought to. Yes, but I'm not sure if ought to is still used in the passages or the context of the native speakers. But in the Thai context, we don't use it. But actually, we should teach our students to use it, and sometimes we can explain to our students which one should be used and which one should be used in this context, or even we can say should be used in what context, and ought to should be used in which context, and how different between them. Professor, this is what I think is small. Yes, it's a small point, but it's good if we can explain to our students. Yes.
I think Rajabhat has raised a very good point. Really small but beautiful. Okay, actually, should and ought to. I think we all agree that, right? That should is frequently used compared with ought to, right? So according to corpus studies, ought to has been reduced in terms of use for a while, really. Very similar to what? Will and shall.
Yes.
That's very interesting because when we were young, we read will and shall can be used, interchangeably. But nowadays, who says shall anymore? No, nobody says that's will, and will, right?
Mm-hmm.
So shall
Yes.
is almost gone now from the system, almost gone, really. And that's why it's interesting that the language somehow has, get rid of some things by itself, not because of that, right? Maybe because, for example, shall is harder in terms of pronunciation with the SH sound, like shall, right? And ought to, it requires two words instead of one word. So will is more, should is more economical. But I think your point is well taken. Very interesting that language is changing. Language evolves all the time. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
you very much.
He is as sharp as before. You're going to be sharper as a PhD candidate soon, I guess. Kun Pathanan, any remark from the test?
Yes, thank you, Professor. What I learned is the grammatical variation. I found that the words fail with the ed and fail with the FELL.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very regional variation in certain parts. It's not coming that yet, but it happens in certain variation. Thank you. Tatiya, next.
Okay, thank you, Professor. The things I've learned is which is about the words blinds and shapes. Normally, if we talk about blind, it just refer to the person who can't see anything, right? And shapes, in my opinion, it's like a gnao, yeah.
I see. Well, interesting, because I use blinds and shades interchangeably all the time. The blinds and the shades. The blinds and the shades, have nothing to do with the eyesight นะคะหมายถึงตัวม่านหรือมูลี่นะคะ It's the blind or shades ค่ะมันเป็นม่านและมูลี่นะคะ Okay, anyway, the last one ค่ะ Mary, anything you want to say about the testing?
Yes, teacher.
Yeah.
For me, as a teacher, we should remind our students in grammatical variation. For example, not to overgeneralize. For example, if we want to get a past tense, we add ed in the end of the present tense. It may be overgeneralizing, but we should remind as a teacher to our student, there are maybe irregular verbs. We can't add ed to get a past tense. And sometimes the present tense and the, how to say, past participle, present participle may be the same.
can
Okay.
be the same.
Okay.
Sometimes all the present and past tense and past participle may be the same. Cut, put. Maybe like this. We teacher should remind our student concerning the tenses, teacher.
Okay.
For
Thank you.
grammatical.
Right.
Yes,
Actually, you know, many of you have raised a very good point. It's very clear that right now, for example, present perfect is, you know, almost not used in American English now. For example, in British English, you say, have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet? Why? It's very, you know, the word yet is prescribed that yet can be used in present perfect. But you know what? The language has changed now because in America, we say, did you eat yet? Did you eat yet? And that's a perfect, you know, American English. So now you can see that the tense, for example, present perfect tense, it's can be replaced by past tense now. Have you eaten yet or did you eat yet? Especially in Baltimore area where I spent my years of my Ph.D. to say, did you eat yet? Did you eat yet? See that? So the language changed and grammatical variation is coming as well. Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to the next slide here, right? We talk about lexical variation, which is very interesting in American English. Now, I will take you to something very different now. This is a question. What do you call a sweetened or sugary carbonated beverage? If I hold a glass of drink,เป็น drink นะคะเป็น sweetened sugary carbonated beverage. What is the term that you will use to refer to this item then, right? Well, it might not be clear to you if I have a picture, but let's take a look at this one. Right? This is the study really conducted in America. It's a big scale and in scope as well in America, right? They talk about one drink, which is sugary and carbonated drink. And look at the map here, right? So there are many terms that pop up. Some people call it soda, right? Some people call it Coke, and some people call it pop. And there are many things like soft drink or Coca-Cola, right? So that's why, as I said, this one entity divides the nation. Very interesting that one item, but can be labeled differently according to where they are. So now you can see that the yellow part here, people will tend to call this part pop. They call the drink pop. But in this part and in this part, they call it what? Soda. And the southern part, they call it what? Coke. So it's only one entity, but it divides the whole nation. And some people call it soft drink, and some people call it Coca-Cola. So that's why, as I said, lexical variation is getting prominent these days. And that's why when people travel, the language travel with them. So historically, you can see that the people landed in the Northeast and then moved westward. And that's why the language spoken in this area is similar to the people in the Northeastern part of America. But anyway, that's a lexical variation. Now, let's move on then, right? The next part is 5 more examples of the language, the variation you encounter. I already told you already some of them, but there are more. And maybe we don't have time to go over that, right? So from now on, as a language teacher, you might have to be more knowledgeable. I remember that one day when my daughter came back from the States after 6 years in the States, she came back and she was in elementary school. And one day she took the test and the teacher gave her the picture of กางเกงขายาว หรือ the trousers. And the teacher asked her to write the answer in English, give a vocabulary of that term. My daughter, just immediately wrote the word pants, P-A-N-T-S, pants, right away. And she was so sure that, man, she could nail it down because she knows for sure that she saw her dad wearing pants for 8 years in America. But you know what? The teacher, that Thai teacher, make a big cross on her answer and said, oh, look out, you are wrong. She was shocked. She was about to cry. She took the paper back to my office on the same day, said, Mom, how could I make such a mistake? How could it be wrong? Because Dad, she saw Dad wearing pants all her life. And all of a sudden, that Thai teacher said, no, you have to call them trousers. I felt bad for my daughter. I couldn't save my daughter from that danger. But I hope all my students here could save your own students, not to fall into that trap. And who could save them? The teachers in the classroom. So please be aware of all these variations. Okay? Now the next one. As an English language teacher then, well, life is full of dilemmas. You have to choose between American English or British English. And what will you do then? As a language teacher, how would you handle this situation? And as an ELT teacher, which one would you recommend? Okay. And what do you do in your class? Someone from Burma, someone from China. If I ask you have two varieties to choose right now between American English and British English, which one will you go for? Now, but before we move on to that, then let's take a quick look at the example of COVID-19 or COVID-19. Have you seen these before? COVID-19 written like this and COVID-19 written like this. Tell me then, what is the difference between these two? Have you seen both of them?
Yes, Professor.
Anybody?
Yeah, I saw both of them. Mostly
Anyone wants to try? What is the difference between COVID-19 using uppercase letters and the lower one, COVID-19, which is the same disease, using some lowercase letters? Any explanation? How about in Thailand, which one is preferred, the top one or the lower one?
Lower one.
In Thailand?
Lower one.
Oh, really? Really? Have you checked it or you just out of your immediate reaction? Actually, it can be, but you know what? The top one is preferred by America. So this one is used predominantly in America, and this one in certain parts of, like in England predominantly. That's why these two are interchangeably used, but there are certain parts that prefer this, and there are certain parts of the world that prefer this. I cannot say this is completely American and this is British, because there are certain parts of, colonized areas that use this one as well. But again, see that this is the distinction that the teachers like us should be aware of. And we should be able to answer the students that both are correct. These two varieties are correct. It depends on the individual preferences, right? So now the question back to you then, as a language teacher, which one will you choose in your class, American English or British English then? Let me ask Mary, who is from Burma. Mary, how about you?
For me,
yeah,
British English teacher.
Yeah, is that something prescribed or something you can choose?
Yes, we normally use British English in our class, teacher. The prescribed tests are also British English, mostly. Teacher.
Right. See, Mary gave us a very interesting remark. Historically, okay, because of the background of the country, it's impossible at all, for Myanmar to adopt American English at this point, because the history says so, right? How about in China?
I prefer also the British English, traditional.
Okay, right, okay. See, I think the way ELT is shaped, it depends on the history of the country. How about in Thailand then? Anyone wants to say something about Thailand?
Thailand, I think most Thai students or Thai people prefer American English. Yes, it depends on my experience. I learned English from elementary elementary school is American English. Yeah, in high school also American English, and also in university still American English. So I think yeah, American English is
Well, there
okay.
is no clear answer. I don't want to be an argument. There is no clear because both of them are good.
Excuse
Right.
me, could I ask
Sure.
you, can I
Sure.
use both?
Oh, yeah. What I want to
Because
say is that as a language teacher, I think if you do both, then the students will be confused. You can say that you want to prefer, for example, one variety over the other. And if the chance permits, then, for example, you see the word elevator and lift, that's a good chance for you to pick up on that and say that, listen, these two words are equally good and effective. But this one is used in British English and this one is used, preferably in American. I think that's the way to go. You can use anything you like as far as you know that you have information to support your teaching, because it means that you don't want to confuse them, but you want them to be a good learner and you want them to be more knowledgeable of the English language. I think for me, I grew up when I was young, British English is the only way to go. So that's why I say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and the last letter X, Y, Z. I think X, Y, Z. I use X, Y, Z. Why? Because that's a very British way of saying Z, not Z. But then when I went to America for my master's degree and PhD, nobody says Z anymore. They say Z. That's how I adopted my American English. So I think it's very difficult and challenging. And I think you can do both as far as you make sure that there are certain points that you need to explain to your students. Why we call blinds, not shades, and why we call shades, not blinds, why we call them bucket or pail, why we call them lift and elevator, why we call flat and apartment. I think this is very interesting. Now, back to my daughter then. When she was in elementary school, she took the test. And the test has choices of, for example, driver's license and driving license. And my daughter automatically picked driver's license. And the teacher said the answer is driving license. Again, my daughter brought the paper back to me and I told the teacher that, you know what, these two are correct. Driver license is the word preferred by American English and driving license is preferred by British English. But the teachers didn't know. And the teacher penalized my daughter for knowing better than her. I think that's unfair. And that's why you don't have to know both. But once you encounter them in your class, you can say to your class that, girls and boys, let's explore this together. We are learning together. And that's the beauty of learning. I don't know everything. Teachers don't know everything. But it's good for us to know better, right? So let's look up the words in the dictionary or find more information. I think that's the way to go. And that's a very dangerous part or challenging part of sociolinguistics. Right. Okay, any other comments on this?
May I say something, Professor?
Oh, sure.
From that question that you asked us, from my point of view, I think it's sometimes we're gonna focus on the textbook that we use, that American English or British English, that the teacher will be used for the student. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point right now because it depends on the textbooks. Exactly. And the textbooks are likely to be British based or American based. I don't think you have control over that. You have to go by the book, and follow what the book says. But I think what is going to be the beauty of that is that you can contribute to that book. It's going to be very interesting. But if the book says lift, you can say the class, but you know what? The word elevator exists. And now you can use both. Nothing right and nothing wrong, both are okay. And you are very right. The teaching is mostly prescribed by the books, but the teachers can do more than that. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Anything else? Okay. Now, Let's take a look at this slide. This is to show you that British English use one set of words, American one set of words, and also Cameroon English, right? I want you to see that. See, it doesn't mean that we can stick to only one British variety only. For example, House of Commons and House of Representatives, House of Assembly, which one you prefer? I want you to focus on this slide and circle the one you prefer. The second one is interesting. British would say lodger, American would say roomer, Cameroon would say roommate. See? Which one you prefer?
British English.
See, you know what? My answers are all over the place. I don't use all the words Americans either. Why? Because I grew up with British English. And then I went to America and be exposed to America. So I can use like City Hall. I can use washcloth, but I use, freight train, but I use pigsty. Why? Because I read George Orwell's, Animal Farms. And in that book, they use the word pigsty. See, because of my exposure is so diverse, that's why I'm not really American English. And that's why, as an English language teacher, you cannot say that I will stick to only American English. It's impossible because we are shaped by different varieties of the English language in Thailand, right? Caretaker and janitor and concierge. But you know what? Nowadays, we usually what custodian. That's another word. Sitting room, living room, and parlor. So that's why it's very hard for us to stick to one because we have multiple identities to juggle. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay. Now, as a language teacher, I'm sure that this is the one you want to answer for yourself then. Do you know in which English you speak? There are many dialects of American dialects and British dialects as well. So I'm going to ask you to find your own identity, right? I'm sure you'll be very excited to find out that the language you use nowadays is more or less inclined to be, for example, like Chicago English, Boston English, or Texas English. You want to know what your English is? Well, let's go to this link then, right? Follow this link and answer the questions honestly. And after you answer all 10 questions, you will get the answer what dialect of English you are speaking. And that will be very interesting. Okay, go ahead. Please do, Naka. I want everyone to participate in this. And I think it will be very interesting that what happened to you. That's why you get this accent on this dialect. I have my own dialect too. And I want to know what your dialect is. Once you're done, please type your dialect in the chat box because I'm curious to know what your dialect is.
Ajahn Parishat, please, would you please share the link on our chat, please?
Oh yeah, please.
Thank you so much.
Actually, this is a time for the break. Why don't we come back at 10:45 with the answer? How about that? Okay, I think that's a good time to take a break. You can take the quiz, enjoy your dialect, and tell me what your dialect is. And the question is, what have you done in order to get that dialect? ทำอีท่าไหนคะถึงได้ dialect นั้นต้องถามว่าทำท่าไหนนะคะอย่าตอบว่าท่านั่งนะคะ How do you get that answer that dialect นะคะ Okay, I will see you after the break at 10:45 ค่ะ Thank you.
Okay, ka. So now it's 10:36. We are going to have a reset about 15 minutes breaks, and let's come back to 10:45 to continue our special lectures by Professor Dr. Budsaba. Thank you.
Thank you ค่ะ Is everyone back? Do you have enough time to work on the quiz? I don't think they are back yet. คุณปฏิยาเป็นไงคะ North East นะคะNorth East นะคะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ภูมิใจเสนอใช่ไหมคะ So proud to be a Northeastern person.
งงเหมือนกันค่ะ
งงกันเหรอคะ Well the question is what have you done ต้องถามว่าทำอะไรไปเข้าคะ What have you done That's why you've got a Northeastern dialect but there are 4 Southern Southwestern ด้วยนะคะพวกนี้คือพวกยังกี้มากเลยบอก Come on man you got to sit down and have some coffee man คุณยุทธจักรคะมายังคะเป็นไรบ้างคุณสมยงเป็นไรบ้างคะ How about the others อาจารย์อัครพลล่ะคะ What accent or what dialect you get อาจารย์อัครพลยังไม่ได้เปิดไมค์ก็เลยไม่
Northeastern part of Thailand is like for example like I'm going to school something like that. Yeah, more or less.
At least we can say we have our own dialect นะคะ Northeastern dialect ค่ะ
Yes.
Wang Yili how about your dialect
Very interesting. Southwestern United States.
Southwestern ค่ะ Oh Southwestern นี่ typical Yankee Americans นะคะHow about the others คนอื่นล่ะคะอาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์โดยไม่ที่ครับต้องสวัสดีด้วยนะคะ Long time no see เลยค่ะอาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Thank you for being here for my support นะคะ Thank you so much Maybe you learn nothing from this นะคะ You are overqualified ค่ะอาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์ขอมาเรียนรู้ค่ะขอเป็นนักเรียนค่ะ You are overqualified
So excuse me, Ajahn Rungpat, where do you from? Please introduce yourself in brief.
I'm from Mahidol University.
Oh, thank you so much. You sent a message to me yesterday.
Thank you very much for letting me in.
Yes,
I
please.
deeply appreciate it.
So you can come and join our next webinar, and you'll be informed webinar by webinar.
Thank you so much.
อาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์ is way qualified ค่ะ from Mahidol ค่ะ
I see.
And her mother ไม่ค่ะ your mom was my teacher นะคะ
Thank you.
At the arts faculty ค่ะ Anyway if you can contribute อาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์นี่สอนแทนได้ you can teach for me เลยนะคะ
No.
So next time for sure. Yeah, next time. Maybe we will have. We may be going to have a special webinar carried out by 2 keynote speakers, Professor Budsaba and also Ajahn Rungpat. Together, it will be interesting webinar, I guess.
I deeply admire Ajahn Budsaba a lot. I try to follow her every talk. Thank you.
Well, who is that? ค่ะอาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์ได้ถามต่อค่ะ which dialect you have
ทำไปถึงข้อหนึ่งค่ะแล้วก็กดคลิกแล้วมันไม่ไปค่ะก็เลยหยุด
Okay you can do it some other time then right Okay now I will move on because I have so much material to cover Okay let's move on to the next part because I won't have time to explore this one yet but let's move on the next one I like it maybe อาจารย์รุ่งพัฒน์ have seen this already นะคะ This is the sitcom entitled My Your Language. Have you seen this before? Anybody here? Silence. So the answer is no, or you don't want to miss this. My Your Language. Pardon? Pardon? I beg your pardon? Somebody say something? Anybody saying something? Okay. Now I'm going to take you to watch the video, or actually is a clip, right? My Your Language. Now let me introduce you a little bit about this series. This is a British sitcom, and it emerged in 1977, a long time ago. And I found this when I went to China by chance. We watched this, on Friday night, TGIF. So we watched this one and I found it very interesting and very applicable to our ELT, okay? So this one was stopped for some reasons, but the nutshell is there is a main character is teacher and his name is Mr. Brown. And he's an ELT teacher teaching students. Now, students here means adult students from different social and backgrounds and religions and language background as well. It's very, very funny. And I hope you see it funny. I don't mean it to be offensive, okay? However, this sitcom was stopped because people thought that it's not right. But to me, for educational purposes, I think it serves the purpose and I love it. Whenever I teach socio, I have to let my students view this one. The main character is Mr. Brown, very typical name for British people. And he's a new teacher teaching students. Now let's take a look at the students. The students are from different nationalities and they're from backgrounds. And of course, in sociolinguistics, right? If they are from different backgrounds, they come with them to the classroom. So the names of the students are Ali Nadim. You can probably figure out, the nationality of the students somehow. The second one, Anna Schmidt,นะคะ. The next one, Chung Zuli. The next one, Daniel Favre. The next one, Giovanni Capello, Camila Ranja, Juan Cervantes, Maximilian Papandreas, Ranjit Singh, and Taro Nagazumi. I'm sure that with your background, you can somehow guess their nationalities, which can be Chinese, French, German, Greek, Indian, Italian, Japanese, Pakistani, Punjabi, and Spanish. So first of all, I would like to see how your background knowledge works. I want you to match, for example, try to guess Ali Nadim, what nationality. Your guess can be right or wrong. It just can be a wild guess. So let's work on this. I'm not going to ask you, but I want you to try to figure out, based on your language background. Ali Nadim, who is he? Okay,
Maybe
please.
I'm not sure.
Just match, on your slide, make some personal notes. Try to figure out, the nationality of each character. These are the 10 students who are going to play a major role in the episode. Okay, this is a wild guess, so there is no right and wrong answers.
I think here's
yes.
I think here's no Chinese name.
You cannot miss this one, Shung Suli.
That one is wrong. That one is wrong. Li should be Li.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the one they use on the internet, so I cannot change it because this is on the script of the episode. Right. Okay. But thank you. Next time I say, okay, so it's Li. Thank you.
Welcome.
I know you won't miss the Japanese, right? It's so clear. Okay. You done? I know there are some blurry areas for this one, for example, like Kamila Ranja or Ranjit Singh, but let's figure out. Okay. Well, are you done? Here's the answers. sorry. You get it right? Or almost right. You see my slides? You see the answers?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So these are the 10 nationalities, right? Sorry for Chung Suli because this is the one from the internet and it's still like that. But okay, Chung Suli Chinese, right? Now, you see that German, like French, down here, Favre, right? German, Anna Schmidt. I think, you know, if you get the answers right, not because of your wide guess, but because you use your linguistic knowledge to figure out that these names should belong to this nationality somehow, right? Okay, so you can see that these are the students from the 10 backgrounds. Of course, they are very different. And when they come to class, they come with their own identity. Of course, when they learn English, they will use the English, you know, their limited English knowledge used based on their background and produce the language in such a way that will create a lot of variations. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. Right?
Teacher, I think here's, hello, teacher. Hello, professor. Yes. I think that Chun Shu Li is Korean name. Korean name.
Right, but I said, let's say that Chung Su Li. It's
but the Chun is also wrong.
Pardon?
Chun, C-H-U-N-G is also wrong. There's no that words in Chinese.
I see. So it should be what? It should
be. I think this one should be Korean.
Oh, there is no Korean in this episode. But anyway, so I think the name is misspelled, but I couldn't change it because it's from the movie, but thank you so much, Naka. Okay, right. Let's move on then, right? With these names and nationalities. Now, I would like you to match the pictures and the name. How about this one? Who is this one? This one. Yes? One of 5 people here?
Chung Su Li.
Chung Su Li.
Yeah, Chung Su Li. Okay, how about this one?
Ali Nadim.
Ali Nadim. Right. How about this one?
Anna.
Ah, not right. Anna Schmidt is German. So German, she doesn't look German.
Jamila.
Beautiful.
Jamila.
Daniel Bob.
Daniel.
Right. How about this one?
Jamila Ranija.
Jamila Ranija. And this one?
Anna Schmidt.
Anna. Yeah.
See that the characters that they use and the names, they try to portray something. It's stereotyping, which is not very right. No, you cannot stereotype, but it somehow conveys the message to us that if you have to figure out, very likely this is a French lady, right? Because we know that France is a country of, you know, beauty and stuff. And Anna Schmidt, you know, because German people are usually very determined, and she looks determined here in this picture. I'm not stereotyping, and I'm sorry, I don't mean it, but it's just, you know, something that people have in mind anyhow at the back of their head when they think about these nationalities. How about the next 5? The next 5 people is more challenging now because they are all guys. You know this one for sure. Who is this one?
Japanese. Taro.
Taro. Right? Yeah. How about this one?
Rajit.
Right, Ranjit Singh. So no doubt about these two. No doubt about these two. It's so clear that he is a Japanese and he is, you know, from another country. Right. This one, right? So these are the 3. They look quite similar, but they are very different. There must be one like this is Juan Cervantes. Right? Okay. And this is, you know, Giovanni Capello, and this is Maximilian Papandreas. So the name will tell you about the nationality as well. Okay, but let's take a look at this picture. This one, right? The name and nationality. Anna Schmidt, Giovanni, Italian, Camilla, Indian. Again, I'm going to talk about the sociolinguistic background. That these people come with their identity and their language produced in English is going to be confounded by their own identity as well. So the next one, the plot. As you can see that I'm going to, you know, just summarize you. This is about the class, and the class, you know, is taught by Mr. Brown. right? And in this class has a lot of students there, right? And the one who is very famous is Ali Nadim. But each character is very distinct and you will end up laughing and laughing. So I don't want to waste it. So let's go and watch the episode. So they are from different occupations as well. As you can see that they are not in a high class. They belong to sort of low class, like shipping office, housewife, like restaurant server or London Underground attendant, bartender, au pair, and there is one who is just diplomat is Jing Suli. But I wanted to go over to the episode.
Enter.
Focus on the language produced, Naka.
Squeeze me, please, lady.
Yes, what is it?
I'm coming here to be learning the English.
You're early.
Oh, no, I'm Ali.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Ali Nadim. I'm coming here to be learning the English.
Ah, yes. You wish to join our new class, English as a foreign language.
Yes, please. And I'm hoping to be unrolled.
Hoping to be unrolled?
Like it say in your syllabus.
You mean hoping to be enrolled?
That is what I said. Hoping to be unrolled.
Yes, well, I'm afraid you cannot be enrolled until the English teacher arrives. Now, she should be here in a few minutes. In the meanwhile, perhaps you would care to wait in the classroom. Go down the corridor, turn left at the bottom, and wait in room 5. Understand?
No.
Well, let's start again. You go down the corridor.
Down corridor.
Good. Turn left.
Turn left.
Right.
But you are confusing me. Left or right?
It's left. Look, you just go down the corridor, turn left, and wait in room 5. Room 5.
Ah, now I'm understanding you. Room 5.
Yes.
Jolly good, thank you. Oh, dearie me, I'm not going where I'm looking.
No, I wasn't looking where I was going.
That makes the two of us. Excuse me, sorry.
Enter.
Mrs. Courtney?
Miss.
Oh, sorry. I'm your new teacher, Jeremy Brown, B.A. Oxon.
You're a man.
Yes.
Well, this is most unsatisfactory. This won't do at all.
Well, I assure you my credentials are impeccable.
Academically, perhaps. I'm talking about sex.
Oh, I also assure you my morals are perfectly respectable, too.
I'm referring to the fact that you are a man. I distinctly requested the local authority to send me a woman teacher, especially in view of what happened with Mr. Warburton.
Mr. Warburton?
Yes. He was teaching English to foreign students last term. I'm afraid he only lasted a month. Then he departed.
Dead?
Demented. Yes, the strain was too much for him. Typical of the male sex. No stamina. Always seemed to be able to cope at first, and then one day he just snapped. It was really quite disgusting.
Really? What did he do?
Climbed out of the classroom window onto the roof, took off all his clothes, and stood there stark naked, singing, "I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts."
Very distressing. Well, there's no need to worry on my account. I mean, I'm not likely to climb out of the classroom window.
I know you aren't.
Oh, thank you for your confidence.
It has nothing to do with confidence. We've had the window frames nailed down.
How very thoughtful. Well, I really would appreciate the job, Mrs. Courtney.
Miss
Courtney. I am qualified, and I rather do need a job, what with the economic situation and inflation.
All right, there's no need to whimper. You can start immediately.
Thank you.
On a month's trial.
Thank you.
If you last that long.
I'll do my best. Where will I find my students?
Class 5, down the corridor and turn left.
Right. I'm looking forward to meeting them. I'm sure we're all going to get along extremely well. Good evening. Good evening. Quiet, please. Well, I'm pleased to meet you all.
We are also pleased to be meeting you.
I am Brown.
Oh, no. mistake. A mistake? Yes, please. You are not brown. We are brown. You are white. My name is Brown. I am your teacher.
Ah, you professori.
Yes.
I must be your student.
Quiet, please.
Silencio!
Thank you. Right, would you all like to sit down? Sit down.
Awesome.
Right, I'll just take a note of all your names, nationalities, and occupations. Right?
Por favor, señor.
Yes?
Es la primera vez que vengo. ¿Es esta la clase para aprender inglés?
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what you're saying, but I'm sure you're not trying to find the needlework class.
Por favor.
It doesn't matter. Have a seat.
Por favor.
Sit down.
Ah, sí.
No, not there.
Por favor.
There.
Ah, yeah.
Right, I'll just go around the class and take your names. Yes? Ah, yes. What is your name?
Maximilian Andrea Archimedes Papandreou.
I think I'll just put you down as Max. Take it you're Greek?
He is right, from Athens.
Good. And what is your job?
I walk with sheeps.
You walk with sheep? You're a shepherd? You work on a farm?
No, not farm.
But you just said you work with sheep.
No. Sheeps. Big sheeps.
Sheeps?
Yes, sheeps. Tonkers.
Tankers?
Right. I walk in office.
Good. Thank you. And your name?
Anna Schmidt, German au pair.
Usual German efficiency?
Germans are always efficient.
Not so. Japanese, much more efficient.
Nine Germans are the best.
Japanese make a much better television and cameras.
Now, please, let us have no racialism. In this class, all are equal. Your name?
Giovanni Cupello, Italian.
Where do you work?
I work in Ristorante dei Popoli.
A waiter?
No, not a waiter, a cucita. Sì, a cucita ravioli, a cucita spaghetti, a cucita lasagna, a cucita everything.
A chef.
Okay.
And your name?
Andy?
What is your name?
Kya kaha?
Me, Jeremy Brown. You?
पता नहीं जी क्या कह रहे हो?
Max, Anna Schmidt, Giovanni Cupello, you.
ओहो, आप नाम पूछ रहे हो? अच्छा, मैं लिख देती हूँ. लिखती हूँ. 1 मिनट फिक्र ना करो जी, लिखना पढ़ना आता है मुझे. अच्छा.
Yes, write your name down. Good. It's no good. I need your name in English.
No Urdu?
No Urdu.
हाय, तो मैं यहाँ काहे के लिए आई? अंग्रेजी आती होती तो मैं सीखने आती अंग्रेजी कोई. आपको क्या चाहिए? अब मुझे पता नहीं कहाँ से लाऊं मैं, पता नहीं क्या चाहिए आपको. देखो जी, सही लिखा हुआ होगा अंग्रेजी तो पता नहीं. देखो, ये तो नहीं कहीं कागज जो आपको चाहिए.
Certificate of registration, Jamila Ranja, housewife. Thank you. Good. And your name?
I am Ali Nadim from Lahore. I am working at the moment, not anywhere at all.
You're unemployed?
Yes, please. Only 1 day a week I am working.
What do you do then?
I'm going to the unemployment exchange for to be collecting my money. Who blimey? I get more money for not being working than when I'm working.
Yes, but before you discovered this secret of eternal wealth, what did you do?
Blimey, I worked at the Taj Mahal.
In Delhi?
Oh no, Patani. Taj Mahal Tandoori restaurant. Jolly good chapati and papadam.
1,000 apologies for my lateness. The omnibus was going backwards.
I'm sure there must be a more logical explanation.
It is the absolute truth. I was told to be taking a number 27 omnibus, and I complied. But it went in a backward direction.
No, I think you meant it was going the other way.
That is the gist of what I am saying. 1,000 apologies.
All right. Perhaps you'd like to sit next to Ali, your countryman.
I cannot sit there. It's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
I am sick.
Oh, dear. I hope it's not contagious. Perhaps you ought to come back when you're better.
I do not comprehend the gist of your conversation.
You said you were sick.
No. I am not referring to my physical state of mind.
How do you feel about Roman Catholics?
Oh, I treat them like my brothers.
Good. Well, you can go and sit next to Giovanni then.
Puppet! Infidel!
Gentlemen, please! You're here to learn English, not start a holy war. And what is your name?
Ranjit Singh.
And you're from which country?
Punjab.
And what is your job?
I am a very important member of the British Underground.
Underground what?
Just the underground. Mind the door!
That underground. And your name?
Harold Nagasumi. My name Carter, Japanese, representative of Budsaba Electronics.
Very good, very good. And finally, your name.
Por favor.
Your name. What is your name?
Por favor.
Nome.
Ah, nombre, sí. Juan Cervantes, para servirle, señor.
No need to ask what nationality you are.
Por favor.
Spanish.
Por favor.
What is your job?
Por favor.
Trabajo.
Ah, trabajo, sí. Trilaga.
Tree lagger? What, you lag trees?
One gin tonic, 2 whiskey coca, Trilaga.
3 lagers?
Sí.
Ah, you work in a bar?
Sí, va.
Well, Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you. Apart from one attempted murder and a possible race riot, I seem to be coping reasonably well.
Well, what I really came to inform you about was the registration fees for the students. Now, it's £5 per head, and I should be grateful if you would collect the money and bring it to my office in your tea break.
Right, I'll do that.
Well, we have one thing to be grateful for anyway. Sex won't be rearing its ugly little head.
Beg your pardon.
Okay, well, at this point, let me stop it there. Any questions right now? Can you follow the conversation? Can you? Hello?
Yes, we can follow the conversation.
Yeah. Do you like the sitcom or not? Is it something boring? Otherwise, I would stop there and I'm not going to show you anymore. Is it okay then? You like enjoying it? You learning something from the episode?
Yes, personally, I like it.
You like it? Right? Okay. You want to watch to the end of this episode or not? Or you want to focus back to the class? Or you want to continue watching?
If time allows, continue.
Okay, let me play a little bit more. The time is running out. Sorry, I messed up. Oh, I shouldn't have done that at all. Sorry for this. Sorry.
Enter.
Squeeze me, please, lady.
Physical state of mind.
How do you... Tree lager? What registration fees for the students?
Where's the femme fatale?
I sit here. You're not sit here! 75 drachma, 50 francs and $12.
The bank in the morning and...
Well, at the moment she's in the... trying to establish diplomatic relations.
Well, I hope she's not going to cause any bother.
Oh, no, I'm sure she won't.
Look, I'm not gonna sit here.
No, it's me who's going to be sitting here.
Before you were sit over there.
And before you were sitting over there.
You take it on, Mick.
Who, me?
You go back sit where you were before.
No, I sit here.
You're not sit here.
Ha! Who's going to be stopping me?
Me. Yourself. You think you're tough? Come out the side.
Okay. Where are you going?
We go outside to have a punch down.
You mean a punch down? I'm going to, how you say, knock his bloody block off.
We see whose bloody blocker is knockered off.
Oh, just a minute. What is all this about?
I tell you, Mr. White.
Brown.
Oh, excuse me. It's about where we sit.
Well, what's wrong with where you were sitting before?
It's my eyes, Professori. I've got to sit nearer the front. Here.
Oh, I see, and I suppose it's got nothing to do with the fact that Danielle is sitting here too?
She is? I never noticed. You see, it's my eyes. I'm a little short-sighted.
And also a much bigger liar.
It's not true, Mr. Green.
The name is Brown.
You see, I'm a colorblind as well.
And Max, I suppose you've got trouble with your eyes as well, have you?
Oh, no. My eyes are okay. It's my ears. I'm not hearing very well.
That's a likely story.
What you say?
I say you both go back and sit where you were sitting before. Now.
Santa Maria.
I hope you don't think I was, how you say, too forward?
No, I'm sure you weren't in any way to blame at all.
Teacher, please.
Mr. Blount?
Yes?
Please forgive my lateness. I apologize, but I lost my way.
Not to worry. What is your name?
Chung Suli.
Suli. And where are you from?
Democratic Republic of China.
And what is your job?
Secretary. Chinese diplomat.
Very nice. Right, where shall we put you? Taro, how are relations between Japan and China?
Depends on a political viewpoint. Japan, right wing. China, left wing.
I see. Are you right-wingo or left-wingo? Right or left?
I follow teaching of Chairman Mao.
Ah, well, in that case, you better sit next to Jamila, the Indian lady, all right?
Thank you.
Right, now we will start by learning a few basic English verbs. And firstly, we will take the verb to be. I am English. You are Chinese. He is Italian. She is French.
He is barbarian.
You are asking for a kick up your big brown backside.
Now look. Pay attention, please. I am. You are.
You are.
He, she, or it is.
He, she, or it is.
We are.
We are.
You are.
I shall now go round the class and ask you each to give me a sentence using the verb to be. Taro, I am.
Ah, so. I am very happy to be learning English.
Very good. Good. Giovanni, he is.
He is a fool.
Good, but not Isidore. He is a fool.
Yes, he is a fool.
Max, she is.
She is beautiful. She is wonderful. She is...
Yes, thank you, Max. Juan, it is.
Por favor.
It is.
Por favor.
It is raining.
Lloviendo. It is raining.
No llueve.
It is raining.
No llueve, hombre.
Aspetta, Maria Malacia, it is raining.
No llueve.
We'll skip you for the moment.
Por favor.
Doesn't matter. Sit down. Suli, it is.
It is duty of every citizen to overthrow imperial warmongers. So say Chairman Mao.
Yes, well, that's his opinion. Good. Danielle, we are.
We are lucky to have such good.
Quiet, please. Very true. I mean, thank you. Ali, you are. You are.
You are waiting for me to speak an answer.
Well done. Anna.
Unfortunately, I am not understanding the question.
I want you to give me a sentence using you are.
I am.
No, not I am. You are. For example, you are from Pakistan.
I am from Pakistan.
Good, yes, but now use you are.
But I cannot say you are from Pakistan because you are not, are you?
Repeat after me. You are English.
No, I am from Pakistan.
What am I?
You are confusing me.
You are stupid poof.
Don't you call me a poof?
Okay, well, I will stop there, right? So the point is, I don't mean to be, insulting any culture or anything, but this time I want to focus on the language, right? Now let's take a look at language, especially Ali's language output, who is a very dominant character in the class. This is what Ali said. For example, he says many times, yes, please, yes, please. And actually the target language that he has in mind is, yes, indeed, yes, indeed. So because of his previous identity cover in English, that's why his variation, language variation takes place. Or even he says squeeze me instead of excuse me at the beginning when he met Miss Connie. Or when he feels excited and he feels something good, he says, oh, jolly good, which is very, a very archaic British English would say jolly good. Or blimey, which is quite obsolete now, like God blimey. So now you see that Ali's come to class with his own identity manifested through the language he used. And actually, everyone does that, right? So what I want you to do, if I have time, and if you have time, I want you to focus on the character. For example, I know that it might not be, for example, my Japanese student said, Ajahn ka, Taro Nakazumi, he didn't say exactly the way Japanese do. But this is the way that we approach the language. I don't mean that they are accurate, but I want you to figure out that these are the common variations that take place. For example, when a Chinese speaking English, when a Japanese speaking English. Okay, I don't think I want it to be individual, so we can do as a group now. What you have learned so far, I will just watch from the clip. what can you say about, for example, a Japanese guy? You notice anything about his Japanese, English then? Anything do you remember? Anybody?
Can I try?
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
Like Japanese always says to or the sound like o in the final sound.
Right.
Yeah.
Good observation, right? And that's exactly typical Japanese English. Let's say, I am more learning go English show, right? So I know there are rules there, but of course, when the Japanese people speaking English, if they couldn't control themselves, that's why we have a way, saying, for example, McDonald, the Japanese would say McDonald, because it follows the way the Japanese people say it in their own language, right? Okay, how about other nationalities then that you remember? Anything else? How about someone from China? Is that true? I know the movie is a bit exaggerating, but at least it's based on certain facts about language differences. Or anybody? Okay, somebody say, I am more, right? I and Elsa. Yeah, good. Anything else?
Like the word roll, unroll, that was spoken by.
Okay. Ali said, right? I am hoping to be unrolled. I am hoping to be unrolled by Ali. Actually, the target one is I am hoping to be enrolled. So Ali was quite fluent, but his variations are quite a lot as well. Okay, anything else?
Can I try?
Yeah, sure.
I have learned from Ranjit Singh, right? Because when he said, I am sick, right? It doesn't mean that he is like an illness, but sick, S-I-K-H, is his region. Okay, sick and sick, the same sound.
Good point. Yeah, thank you. Right. So I think this story, because Mr. Brown was a bit surprised, he said, I am sick. So actually it means like he's religious, like belief, not to do with the sexual orientation or physical conditions at all. Anything else? How about someone from China? I want to hear from that person from China though. Wang Yili, try.
The pronunciation of Chinese students is secretary, and he just pronounce the word very. I can see that in Chinese means 僵硬, stiffy.
Pardon? What is that?
Very strange. The pronunciation of Chinese students sometimes always strange.
Well, I think Chinese people have difficulty with R and L distinction, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in English, R and L can be quite problematic for Chinese people in general. Okay, anything else? But as you can see that this, it has many episodes available on the internet. I personally love them and I watch them once in a while. I think I learned a lot from these characters. And that's why I would like you to say that when we analyze the language there, now we need to understand that not too much, but we want to analyze the language output and try to understand, for example, how Ali came up with this kind of language production, right? For example, excuse me, he says, squeeze me, right? It's just completely pronunciation variation here. Or jolly good, right? It was okay at one point in time, but nowadays it becomes a little bit obsolete, right? So these are examples of them. For example, like, remember the guy Juan Cervantes, when he says, por favor, what does it mean, por favor? What does it mean, por favor? He almost knows nothing. He doesn't say a word in English. He just say, por favor. Por favor is a Spanish word, means please, actually. So actually when you say por favor means, I beg your pardon, what or what or what. So that's the only word Juan Cervantes could say. What else do you learn? You learn about Japanese people, right? That bowing is very common. right? They bow all the time, and they have the difficulty with I and L as well. Okay. So there are many other episodes that you can explore by yourselves. Okay. Now let's move on then to the next slide. So before I end this part this morning, then, right? We know that there are many research topics that can be generated from this, sociolinguistics, especially from the idea of variation. For example, ซึ่งอาจารย์ลุงพัฒน์นี่คงจะตอบได้ดีนะคะ For example, an analysis of the perceptions of phonological variation นะคะ When we teach them, we need to teach them the phonology of English of the target language, and then the variation is likely to be due to their mother tongue or first language. But that's not only the whole story. Then there are other factors as well. Not only the language background, but also other social factors as well, right? Or people are more interested in evaluating the exposure, the attitude, and pronunciation of learners. Because there are some studies focused on, for example, the attitudes of English learners. I did a study once many years ago too, because I wonder, what my students are interested in. What is the goal of attainment? They want to grow up, speaking American English or British English, right? Now, as you can see that, like in my childhood, I was exposed to British English. But then once I grew up, then American English is getting more prominent from social media and technology. And that's why I could see that, your textbooks nowadays are more or less targeted, or based on American English. Now, this is a very crucial point. And I want you to remember this, that as a school teacher, if you are a school teacher, and when you want to buy a textbook and you want to use the textbooks for your class, the first question, or one of the first questions that you need to ask or analyze is the textbooks that you adopted for your class is British based or American based. I don't think you have to choose the books whether only British based or American based only. But I think you need to understand that where the book comes from. If it's American based, you probably have to study harder and say that whenever vocabulary emerges, then you as a teacher, you need to supplement some equivalent terms in British English, so that when they are exposed to other English in the world or other classes, they won't get confused, because I experienced that before when I was a student. Okay. Next, number 3, exploring the variation in sociolinguistics and cognitive science. There are many issues that I couldn't talk today, because this afternoon I'm going to talk about language and styles. I'm going to talk about language and gender. But there are other factors that I couldn't cover. For example, language and age, right? Which is very interesting. People across age groups don't use the same language, right? When you were young, you were taught to say certain words, right? And you play certain games. And when you grow up, you don't play those games anymore. Why? Not because you don't like it, but people don't do it anymore. Or when you were young at school, I remember you can make fun of your friends, right? In Thailand, we tried our best to get to know the parents' name, not the mother's name or the father's name. And if you know someone's father's name, you can use that as something to play prank on your friends. That's something that happened in Thailand. Maybe not the case in Burma, or not the case in China either. So I think, this is interesting how people can handle language variation across age groups. Number 4, investigating the challenges and opportunities of variation in this linguistics. I don't know whether this is the case in Burma or not. I don't know whether in Burmese, there are many dialects. For China, there are many dialects for sure, right? And there are ways to maintain the standard dialect or not. And what is the way? How about in Burma? Can you tell us, Mary? Can you share something with us about Burma? Do you have dialects in Burmese? Mary, are you there? Not there. Right.
No, not here.
Oh, yeah, Mary?
She's here, but she maybe it's not convenient to talk.
Yeah.
Sometimes the internet system in Myanmar is not quite okay.
I can understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So, any other comments from anybody in the class? Go ahead, Kat. Anything else? Anybody else? ว่าไงคะ my student คะ my best student คุณอะไรนะคุณจำชื่อไม่ได้ละ sorry แต่คุณรู้หมายถึงใครใช่ไหมคะคุณอะไรอ่ะคุณผู้ชายคุณชื่ออะไรคุณจำไม่ได้ละ
ยุทธจักร
ยุทธจักรค่ะ anything any comments you like that
okay yes on this page is about research topics we can do maybe I can add one more topic professor it can be about how those dialects or dialect variations affect the decision of the teacher to choose materials or textbook or learning sources for their students, especially the class with a mixture of people from local area, like for example maybe in a province in Thailand near the border. There are local minorities like Thai, Laos, or Cambodia, and they have different language backgrounds, and those dialects will affect the understanding in the classroom. So the teacher might be making decision to use what materials, what learning sources to suit their differences in the classrooms. Yes.
Oh, that's a big issue. Is about language policies then, right? Because actually the pain point is that now we don't have time to create our own textbooks. And that's why we have to use prescribed textbooks or commercial textbooks. And that's why the freedom is very limited because we have to go by the package, right? And normally it's not our decision to choose the books ourselves, because the textbooks were prescribed by the Ministry of Education, unfortunately. That's why it could be a big issue, really. But how, you know what? I think it's interesting that we try. I just wonder whether the schools in the suburbs or in the rural areas, then the teachers is using standard Thai as a language of medium instruction or not. The teachers use standard Thai, right? I really don't know because I don't know about those areas, really, because that would be very challenging. Yeah.
Yes, right. May I share like the schools in the northeast of Thailand? Sometimes like the teachers don't they use dialect, Thai dialect, like the language.
Really?
Sometimes, not really Thai. So they're familiar with their own dialect. Like Korat, for example, we have our own language. It's called it's Korat. So the pronunciation, the accent is different from standard Thai. But maybe the students
can understand standard Thai, right? The students can understand,
yes.
Right?
Yes, they understand standard Thai.
But then why do you have to use the dialect as a medium of instruction then?
I mean, it's not totally the dialect or throughout the class, but sometimes they use it just to, I think, to get students'
attention.
Try to make them more relaxed, I think, because using standard Thai is like a different language they're not familiar with. So if sometimes you use some dialect, then would feel like it's a nice environment to learn sometimes.
Oh, yeah. I can see that point. And I think, if the students know the standard dialect, then using their own dialect will be a way, at least the teachers can approach the students better. I think in that case, I can see, the positive feedback or the positive outcome of using the local dialect as a medium of instruction. I can see that because the barriers were destroyed, right? At least there is no boundaries anymore. Okay, I can see that. Anything else? Okay, so this morning is all about variation. I don't want to waste it, so I will go on, move on to the next topic then, right? The next topic that I actually put in the afternoon, these are the tasks that I want you to do, and just, you know, the beginning of the next session. The next one is about language and social factors, and the one I want to talk here is about gender. Okay, now we talk about gender, not sex or sex orientation, right? So how many sexes are there? When we talk about sex, how many sexes?
We have like two.
Two.
Only two, right? Yeah, for
Yes,
sex we have only
female.
two, only
Male and female.
Female.
Right. Why? Because the sex is determined biologically, right? If you have that kind of sexual organ, you are female. You have this or sexual organ, then you are female. So it's distinguished by the biological features only. But gender, what is about gender then? In Thai, we say "เพศสภาพ," right? Gender is not the same as sex because it has nothing to do with biological features. Then it's the way they carry themselves in society, right? So let's take a look at this exercise then. I say that select the word with appropriate gender neutral pronoun or phrase to complete the following sentence. Now, when we talk about English, everyone knows that there are many languages in the world that are sex biased. Okay, so we have the distinction between sex bias or gender bias and gender neutral language. Okay, so we may be between gender bias and gender neutral. Now, what is the difference then? How about the Thai language then? ไปไหนมาคะ ไปทานข้าวมาครับ Now, what is the Thai language then? Is it gender neutral or gender biased? ไปไหนมาคะ female. ไปทานข้าวมาครับ male. So based on this instance, we say that Thai is also gender biased. Agree? Which is okay. Okay, right? It's the same in French, right? French, everything around us has gender. For example, we say la table. La table in French means a table. And a table in French is the feminine. Why feminine? We don't know. It's prescribed to be that way, that a table in French is la table and la table is the female. For no reason, So French is also a gender biased language. How about Chinese? And how about Burmese? In Thailand, in Thai, right, we use ka as a politeness particle for women, females. And we use krap as a politeness particle for males. So based on this, we say that at least in this respect, Thai is gender biased. It's not gender neutral, right? How about Chinese? 中国人在哪啦?
I'm here.
Yeah.
And I think that the Chinese also is not gender neutral.
Not gender neutral,
Yeah.
right? Examples, please.
Generally speaking, and in us, and we can see that maybe the gender neutral cannot accepted by Chinese.
But can you give me an example? For example, in Thai, if you have a mother and the sister of the mother, we say na, right? If it's a sister of a father, we say what? Not na. What would you call?
And I see. And in China, for example, my mother's sister, we just call them Ima, and the sister of my father, and we just call Guma. And this is just different, not just in English. We can see that the mother sister or the father sister, we all call them aunts.
Right. Okay, so in that case, for example, in English, we have the word aunt or aunt. And the aunt can be from the mother side or from the father side. In Thai, in Chinese, right, we have one term for the mother side and one term for the father side. How about in Burmese? Mingalaba, you like, huh? My Burmese students, where are they? Well, anyway. Okay, so at least we know that there are certain aspects of each language that can be considered gender bias or gender neutral. So let's take a look. How would you answer? It's on the slide. You don't have to go and to another link. Let's take a look at the sentence one by one. Okay, sentence number one. What would be the answer for this one? Each member in the audience cast ballot for the MP award. What would be the answer for you? His, her, their, or his or her?
His.
Her. Answer, right. Okay. Say it. You think it's right? Which? What do you want to say then for this one? Okay. Keep your answer in mind and come back to this. Okay. Now let's move on. Number two. I want to see that whether you yourself are biased or not in terms of gender. Number two, good lawyers are usually willing to discuss fees with their clients. Okay, this one is quite straightforward. Now, next, number three. An experienced politician always chooses staff from among the party faithful. Just do it the way you think you use it. Don't worry about any lessons, okay? Next, number four. It seems as if all the delegates at the convention had brought to enjoy the city. Okay, I'm sure you pick your answer. And the last, I think the last one, number five. Nowadays, blank, to be more careful with blank students. Okay, now with these 5 items then, might not be no right or wrong answer, but it means that nowadays people become very sensitive to gender. And sometimes the use of the language can be quite offensive because now we have, not only male and female because we have sex orientation like LGBTQ. So we need to be more careful so that the language used might not be offensive to the audience, right? Number one, each member in the audience casts ballot for the MP award. I think grammatically, what is the answer for this one? Come on. His. What is the answer for this one? Turn on the microphone, please.
His or
what
her.
Is the answer?
His or her.
Right. You know what? If you choose his or her, this is quite unacceptable. Why? Because we don't read the language that way. We don't read the language, each member in the audience casts his or her ballot for the MP award. No, it doesn't work that way, right? Okay, it doesn't work that way. You cannot say his or her because it doesn't read right at all. So automatically or grammatically, what will be the answer?
His.
His.
Right, the answer is his.
His.
Not only because as a language teacher who has the control of the grammar, you will go for his. Now, what happened? What is the problem here? You are assuming too much. And this sentence is considered as, gender bias right away. right away, okay? Without, you know, I say, oh, I don't mean it, but this is how the way the language works, that is gender bias. Why bias? Because each member is a neutral term, right? Member is a neutral term because it has no gender. But because this is the way the English grammar works, that because it's singular, and then because the gender is not that specific, yeah, his is the way to go. See that? Nobody will go for her, right? สังเกตไหมคะว่า nobody will go for her. Why? Because in the history, males are more dominant than girls. When I say dominant, I mean dominant linguistically, right? And we'll see those examples in a minute, that automatically this should be the answer. And that's why nowadays, if you use this sentence in the newspaper, they say, nope, 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 it doesn't work. It's unacceptable. Or when you write your dissertations, be careful, because this sentence will be committing a crime called gender bias right away. So the answer is his, but this is not good enough. There is another way to make it better. Let's go move on to number 2. For number 2, good lawyers are usually willing to discuss, and the answer is
there.
This one is no problem. Why? Because good lawyers are plural. So his and her, it's impossible, right? So leaving you the option that there. This sentence is not gender bias anymore. Why? What is the mechanism that prevents gender bias to happen? It's not gender bias, it's good. And you can write this one and nobody can say anything. Why? What is the mechanism? By making this plural, right? If it makes me plural, you are done, you are safe. But if you say a good lawyer, problems, right? If you say a good lawyer, because right now there are many females who are lawyers as well, okay? Number 3, an experienced politician, and your answer is, I'm sure that automatically we will think what?
His.
Right.
His
but
or
after
her.
you learn the lesson with me, you say, not anymore, because this sentence is gender bias.
Okay.
You see that there are many good politicians in Thailand who are ladies, right? And that's why this sentence is gender bias. Therefore, there must be a way to help eradicate gender bias problems right away. Next, number 4. It seems as if all the delegates at the convention, well, the word delegates can be female and can be male. But this one is safe. Why? Because it's in plural.เพราะฉะนั้น the answer is
their spouse.
Right, their spouses with them. Got to be that only, right? We'll come back to this later. And the last one, right? Nowadays, to be more careful with students.
Teachers have their students.
Right. At this point, you will choose teachers have their. But I'm sure that before this, you will say, oh, Ajahn, number 1 is correct too. I didn't say that it is wrong. Yeah, this one, choice 1 is correct. But according to gender bias theory, 2 is a much better choice. Okay. So based on these 5 instances, we can see that many times that we write a language and we don't worry about gender. But nowadays, you've got to be more careful, because now we have, you know, Lam Sam, who is the team, the owner of the team, a football team. เห็นไหมคะว่า 1, there are many females who took part in business, in sports, in entertainment, and that's why there are many words in English that shouldn't exist anymore. For example, what is a good example? Chairperson, chairman, right? The chairman. บอกอาจารย์คะ I'm going to have my dissertation defense next week, and my chairman is from Chulalongkorn University. So when you hear the word chairman, oh, he will come with a necktie and wearing a suit, in a black suit. But oh my God, on that day, she's a lady. Now, the confusion happens. Why? Because you use the word chairman. And that's why nowadays, if you use the word shaman, people say, it doesn't work. Then what is the right replacement for the word shaman? Tell me.
Chairperson, Professor.
Yeah, you use the word chairperson, right? ถามว่า you use the word chairperson instead of chairwoman or chair people, but chairperson. So the terms were created to avoid gender bias. แต่ถามว่า now, how the terms are created, are they systematic? They can be quite systematic. ไม่ใช่ถามว่าหนูจะเปลี่ยนอะไรก็ได้นะคะ It cannot be anything. There must be some basic foundations in order to form new words, in order to avoid gender bias ค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้น this afternoon we'll come back and then, for example, number 1, I want you to focus on number 1 and see how you can improve this sentence so that this sentence cannot be gender bias. So let's work on these 5 sentences and I will come back to see your answers นะคะ So at this point, any other questions before the lunch break?
Excuse me, can I back to you? I mean, the old way. Could I say only the chair? Chair?
You can see that the chair, but it's going to be very confusing. The chair is sitting on the chair.
Yes.
Oh my God, what are you doing here, right? The chair is sitting on the chair. So the language is not that transparent. You are making it worse. So why do you make it clear that then it is a chairperson? You're talking about the chairperson, not the chair.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. That's good point though, because I mean, sometimes it works, but sometimes it creates chaos and ambiguity and confusion, right? So for example, there are many words. For example, in America, there are many ladies who are working as a postman, but there is the word postman in English, right? And that's the word we learned from grade 5, postman. But nowadays, there are many female, there are many ladies who are working as that position. What do we call it? Postwoman? Nope. What do we call it? You cannot create it. You've got to learn it. You've got to learn it only, right? Before we have flight, we have steward, right? And we have stewardess. But these words no longer exist because we come up with a term called, what is it, the word again for this one? Instead of steward and stewardess. What is the term?
Flight attendant.
Right. See that we have the word flight attendant, which is very commonly used nowadays because the word steward and stewardess, when I was young, these words are gone now. We have only flight attendants. See, interesting that language, has accommodated the new ideas, the movement that we are, women's liberation. So we are not going to be second to men anymore. Okay. So think about these 5 sentences. I will come back and pick up on these, Any other questions at this point?
Excuse me, I have my last one, right? If I don't have like a flight attendant, right? I can use like a crew.
The crew, no, the crew, because the crew is, there is a cleaning lady who came to the plane, right? To clean, and she's a crew as well. And that's why if you want to talk about, flight attendant, use flight attendant because the crew can be the pilot.
Yes.
Can be the captain and can be anyone on board. See, the word is not very good. So flight attendants is a good word, really.
Thank you very much, Ajahn.
You're welcome. Anything else? See that we are not aware of this before. And that's why at this point, people are very sensitive to gender and sexual orientation. You've got to be very, and think about if you have to write your dissertation right now, you are supposed to follow the APA. What version is that right now? What version? Not the 5th anymore. What is it? Any idea?
Version 7.
The 7th, right, good. The question I want you to think about at lunchtime is, in the 7th version of the APA, language, gender bias has kicked in. They changed one rule. in order to accommodate gender bias. What is that one? Come back with the answer after lunch. You need to tell me it, right? Okay, got that? Right, thank you very much. Ajahn knows it's seven version. Okay, any other questions? Any other comments? Right. If no, I will let you go and enjoy your lunch, and I will see you at 13 or at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dr. Budsaba, for a fruitful session this morning. We have learned more about the language variation and the gender bias. And now let's have a lunch break. But before we go for lunch, maybe have a photo group before we have lunch.
Okay.
Yes.
Forgot to stop share. Yeah.
I'll help you with the capture of the screen.
Okay. Please.
Okay. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. And one more with perhaps gesture. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much. And now let's.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Anything you'd like to announce?
Yes. Okay. So now let's have a lunch break and be back.
At 1 o'clock.
Thank you. So enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine. Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
If you're from the west side, Cali, born and raised right from the town with the palm trees and good vibes, you know the best ride, soaking up the sunshine. And we hustle cause we tryna live a good life. I'm driving down the coast, homies in the bag bumping loud. You know, we ain't got no worries. This my home. I don't plan on leaving. There ain't nothing better than the west side. That's and right. I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on it. We know what's up. We on it. We know. Every day's a new day and it is a blessing. I hit the studio cause we got a session. Sunset Boulevard where we all come through. But don't let the money and the fame change you. I'm driving down the coast, homies in the bag bumping loud. You know, we ain't got no worries. This my home, and I don't plan on leaving. There ain't nothing better than the west side. That's and right. I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on it. We know what's up. We on it. We know. And I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on the map. We get the bag and they run it back. And I'm like, ooh, we on it. We know what's up. We on it. We know what's up.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. But maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I have got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine.
เป็นไงบ้างคะ How are you อาจารย์ปิยชัด
ค่ะอยู่ค่ะอาจารย์
How is everything I don't know what happened at your end ทุกคนไหวไหมคะ ไม่ทราบเหมือนกัน
น่าจะนะคะ I think it's everyone is okay and
Yeah.
getting back from lunch.
So this semester is completely online for you guys.
That's right.
Oh, but I mean, my university is on site already.
I mean is that the PhD program for us is online, but for my university, it's on site at the moment.
I see. So it means that your program will be completely online.
Yes, because
no matter what. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct because some of our students from China, from Myanmar, they are not ready to enter Thailand. So that's why it is a must for us to carry on their online classes for them.
But is that what you planned to begin with? You didn't plan it to be that way, right?
I think we are going to have them with us at the campus very soon, maybe the second semester of this year. I think Chinese students and also Burmese, they are coming to study with us at the BU campus from the second semester onwards.
Oh, okay. So, but for your undergrads, they are back to campus.
That's correct. Yes.
How was the situation? How is the COVID situation over there?
I'm not really sure in Myanmar, but in China, what about in China? Yeah, Lin.
How about China?
And at the end of the year, our country will be open. And now we are a little strict.
I see. Where are you right now, Wang Yili? Where are you? 在哪？
绥化黑龙江 province. 黑龙江 province. Northeast of China.
Northeast.
The coldest province in China.
Buriram is not east of Thailand, the hottest.
Yeah.
Hottest in Thailand, I guess. That's a big difference. Yeah.
I see. How about Mary? Mary is a good student, you know. She participated in everything, right? I mean, Mary is always a good student. She works so hard. How is everything in Myanmar right now? Are you back to school?
Yes, teacher. Our university reopened again on site.
So, well, studying and working, that's very demanding anyhow. Anyway, okay. Right, so I can start, right? Okay.
Yes, so welcome back to the special lecture on current perspective, sociolinguistics and ELT, theory, practice, research by Professor Dr. Budsaba. It's still with us, and this afternoon, in the morning section, we have learned about the language variation and language every gender bias. So now let's hear from her. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Budsaba, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, you see my slide? Do you see?
Yes, Professor.
Right, thank you. So back to the 5 items, right? So as you can see that the 5 items that I showed you before the lunch break, actually 2 of them are good. So there is no need to change anything. But these are the 3 sentences that will be considered gender bias. And as you can see that the way to fix it, it's so easy. Just change, singular to plural, like all members in the audience cast their ballots for the MP award, or experienced politicians choose there. Or the last one, nowadays teachers have to be more careful with their students. So this is at a very simple level. What we do then, we just, fix, by using grammatical devices, changing from singular to plural. And because of this, we have no option, just only use there, which is, a collective pronoun there, right? But you know what? Things are not that easy. As we mentioned before the lunch break, right? For example, chairman, chairwoman, or chairpersons, or chair. Well, these are the lexical choices that we can use to get rid of gender bias. It's not that easy. So let's take a look at the language or the next slide, right? Now, English is real sexism. That's another word. So English is bias, or English is also sexism, right? Now, what are the evidences? The evidences are in these lexical items like the word headmaster. I know for those of you who work at school, you see that nowadays there are many headmasters who are ladies. So these words are no longer valid now. Male, manager, monk, nephew, waiter, dad, husband, God. I use the actually earl and countess here, prince and patron. So as an English language teacher, we know that these terms are lexically biased. Can you come up with a term that these are all male terms? So as I said, English is really male dominant, right? What would be the term you use to refer to the ladies in these positions then? How about headmaster? What would be the one equivalent for female? What would you say? Go ahead. Any volunteers? Any suggestions for headmaster?
How we call like female headmaster, is that right?
Yeah, we call it headmaster, but it only, you see that? Look at the word headmaster. It refers to only or puchai, only male, and females were excluded. And we don't want this to happen because we now know that English is not expected to be sexist, right? So what is the opposite term for this to refer to female?
Headmistress.
Yeah.
Okay. See that? You say headmistress. How about male?
Female.
Female.
Okay. Manager becomes any try? Okay, let's stop.
Manageress.
Manageress. Okay, sounds good. How about monk?
None.
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 Okay. Nephew?
Needs.
Okay, niece. Waiter?
Waitress.
Okay, good. Dad?
Mom.
Mom.
Very American when you say mom. Everyone says American. Husband?
Wife.
God?
Goddess.
Goddess. Right. This one is different. That's why I provide the answer earl, and the opposite is countess. Right. Prince?
Princess.
Patron? Just guess.
Patronage.
We are not supposed to create new terms or new words like that. We're supposed to create new ones. We should use the one that already exists. So here's the answer. Let's take a look, right? From headmaster becomes headmistress. Male and female, manageress, nun, niece, waitress, mom or mom, wife, goddess, countess, princess, patroness. But let's take a look at the word headmistress. Are you okay with that then? Are you really okay with the word headmistress, even though it's correct that master become mistress? But you know what? It doesn't read right and it doesn't sound right. Why? Why?
There's another meaning of the word.
Master, mistress, yeah, it's a female term for master, but somehow, what happens to the language then? The value. If you call someone headmistress, people will frown and say, wait a minute, who are you? Mistress? Why? Because the word mistress has a very bad connotation, right? It means like, a secret wife, a secret wife. So that's why the language doesn't work well that way, even though these are the terms that exist in order to counterbalance the gender bias, but it doesn't work that way. And people still hesitate to use these words, right? And that's why, but above all, what do these words mean to us then? It means that we still honor male that comes first. We still believe if we have headmaster and we got headmistress, it means that this one comes first. We have male and then we got female later. It means male comes first, which is really not true because it doesn't mean that males are always before women. And that's why this strategy is called lexical strategies to handle gender bias. As you see that the previous one, this one we use grammatical devices of grammar to add s here and there to counterbalance the gender bias. But this one we use the lexical items, right? We use these lexical items to get rid of sexism, but it still doesn't work that way. Maybe we need to use both then. There is also a set of language or lexical items that we learned when we were young, like cow, countess, horse, hostess, lion, lioness, mare, mares, right? See, some of them we say, hey, doesn't look good, like priest, priestess, steward, stewardess. That's why the language is ongoing and we are not very happy with the way it is. One, it doesn't sound right because it sounds like the masculine terms are the basis of feminine terms, which is not right either. Right? Duke, duchess, god, goddess, hunter, huntress, tiger, tigress, prince, princess. So we are not quite happy with that. Next. And then we have this like fisherman, fisherwoman. That sounds odd. Stepson, stepdaughter. Okay. Peacock, peahen. That sounds a bit bad. So these are the words, that still, even though we're trying to get rid of, sexism, but these words don't work well that way either, right? Now, what is next then? The next one that I want to be sure that as a teacher, you need to be very sensitive to the language you use because male and female are quite distinct as far as the language is concerned. Now, people say that men and women don't use the same language. Agree or not? Men and women don't use the same language. Well, you might not be aware of, but exactly the answer is yes, male and female don't use the same language. The next question is, how do you know, right? For example, right, in British English, if I say the word, then tell me then who will use it, male or female? Oh, lovely, isn't it? Now, lovely. Who will use this word, male or female?
Male.
Lovely.
Female. Female.
Yeah, the answer is very likely the people who use the word lovely will be female because guys don't say lovely. If they say it, then we have to think twice. Maybe they are not guys anymore. Okay. Now, cuss. Right? Okay, people when they are upset, they cuss, they curse. But who are likely to cuss more than the other?
Female.
Female.
You think female cuss more than guys? Cuss คือคำด่านะคะพรุษวาทนะคะ
Oh. Same. Both.
Right? For example, when you drop the book on the floor, you will say, oh my God. You say, oops. This is what the girls would say, right? When they drop something. But if the guys drop something, shit. Sorry to say. Am I right? Right? So normally, vulgar language, cussing or bad language usually produced by guys, right? How about emotional language? Oh, awesome.
Female.
Female.
Absolutely female.
Yeah. Females are very emotional usually, right? They express their feelings, and they don't cover their feelings. some grammatical and constructions as well. So why don't we take a look then at some language examples, right? To show you that male and female are very distinct. And tell me whether you agree with it or not. Okay, what women say and what women mean are very different. Is that true? Those of you who are married like me may say, I'm not tired. What does it mean? I am very tired. Right? Is that what the women say and what the women mean? Right? So you have seen this in dramas and in movies and in textbooks and in novels. For example, right, when the woman say, I'm fine. I'm fine. What does she mean? I'm upset. I'm angry. Right? Is that true? Ladies in this class?
Yes.
Especially with your husband. Yes. Agree? Silence.
Agree.
True?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Now you are laughing because that's what you're doing too, right? Huh?
Yes.
And I think your husband understand. That's why otherwise your husband would get upset, you know, not understanding what you mean. I'm over it. I'm over it. No, I'm not over it. And I want the whole world to know my problem. That's the girl. Right. The guy said, what do you want to do, honey, this weekend? Just do what you want. Is that what you mean? No, it means that don't you dare do what you're planning to do because I have plans for that. Okay. Next. Honey, where are you? We have to go for a wedding. And then your husband call, where are you? Where are you? I'm on my way. I'm on my way. No, I'm currently sitting in my bath towel. See? Do you mind if I go out? I don't mind. Female say, a woman say, I don't mind. Oh, I do mind very much, right? I have nothing to say to you. I have a lot to say to you. You better talk and you better sit down and talk. We need to talk. You need to listen. Is that true? When you say to your husband, we need to talk. Actually, guys don't talk. Women talk and guys listen. I'm really busy right now. Means what? I don't want to date you. I'm not mad. I am mad. Do you think she's pretty? Now you go shopping. Look at that girl. You think she's pretty? What you want to the husband to do is that, oh, she's not pretty. You are the most beautiful lady on earth, right? Maybe means no. We will see means no. And what do you want to eat? Up to you. Of course, it's up to me. So this is what has been, research and agreement. I mean, the findings agree that, yeah, women don't say what they mean. So guys need to be very careful when hearing what women say because they don't mean what they say, right? That's one story. Now the next one. Now it's a challenge for you. I want you to work on these items. These are the 5 sentences. And I'm going to go over, there are some linguistic features or some language used that indicate that this sentence is likely to be used by a female or male. Okay, so let's take a look at this one, at the first one. That jacket is kind of big on you, isn't it? That jacket is kind of big on you, isn't it? Now, work on it and tell me whether you think it's a female or male, and I'll come back to this later. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, need some help with that. Need some help with that? Male or female? Number 3, I just love Texas. It's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, male or female? Number 4, oh shoot, I don't know you remember, but today is Anne's birthday. Okay, and the last one, that guy's a jerk. That guy is a jerk. Okay, well, just No, say whether no one is likely to be said by a male or female. That's it. 1 minute. Not only that, then, after you identify the answer, you need to support your answer by linguistic evidence. What makes you think so? Okay? There must be something that, you know, triggers you to conclude that this is going to be the sentence spoken by a feminine or by a guy or by a woman. There must be some reasons there. Okay. You done?
Yes. I don't know.
Okay, good. Right. I hope everyone's done.นะคะ? You don't need an application, so just work on this, and I will ask you for help then. Number 1, that jacket is kind of big on you, isn't it? You think this one, the one who says is a male or female?
Male.
Male.
Male. Okay, 2 people say male. How about the others?
I think
Male.
female.
Yes, male.
I think
agree with
female.
that.
Male.
I think female.
Female.
Well, now 2 answers then. Of course, only one answer is right. Let's move on to number 2. Need some help with that?
Male.
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 Okay. This one is quite clear. You are, you know, quite unanimously said it. It's male. Number 3. What is it?
Female.
Female.
Female. I hope you have the answers for me.นะคะ, why or what make you think so? Okay. Next card. Oh shoot. I don't know if you remember.
Male.
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 Okay.
female.
I hope you have evidence. And the last one, guy, is a jerk.
Female.
Female.
Jerk.
Male.
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 Very interesting. Okay. I think it's, you know, some answers can be debatable, but let's put the finger on the first one. That jacket is kind of big on you, isn't it? For those of you who think it's a male, why? Actually, this one is very clear. For the answer is clear, but I want to know why do you think it's a male? What makes you think so?
Share?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is by male because he spoke. Is concerned about the correct of the English construction and grammar, right?
Okay, but I'm sure that there are some people here who said it's spoken by a female. What is your point and what is your reason? Anyone?
For me, I think it's a male because of sometimes male cannot speak directly to the woman that her shape is big, so they avoid to speak like that. That's for me.
Okay, so both of them still work for a male. Anyone goes for a female?
I just want to try.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Wang Yili.
I think it's a female because female sometimes express themselves in an indirect way, and but as a male, maybe they just express their meanings directly and clearly, and female always maybe in their words have they just have some implicit meaning.
Okay, right. Okay, anyone wants to support the answer of female? Yeah, go ahead.
I explain more about male, right? Because I see the word of big, right? Big is so clear. So a guy or a male always tell clear things, right?
Well, okay, there is an answer to that. This one is clear. I would say that this one is spoken by a female. No, but I have reasons then. Well, I think, you know, when I say female and female, it's a very dichotomy, and there is nothing like that because sometimes the female can be quite tough as well. But very likely, this sentence is spoken by a female. Why? First of all, This is what is called. What do we call this part?
Question tag.
Yeah, it's a tag question. Normally, guys don't use the tag question. Guys don't. If the guys use the tag question, likely he's not a guy anymore. Okay? So เช่นผู้หญิงโอ้อร่อยจังเลยนะ oh let's go and eat shall we อย่างนี้เป็นต้น so usually female will use the tag question even though she didn't mean to ask at all. That's number one evidence. But as I said, you cannot say it's right or wrong. It depends on many contexts, but potentially this is a female because it has a tag question. Number two, kind of. Kind of is a linguistic feature, and the name for it is called hedging. Have you known the word hedging? Hedging. This is called a hedging device. It means kind of, means sort of, right? Kind of, it's a bit. So kind of means to express a degree of a little bit hesitancy. And usually girls always use hedging devices. It's kind of beautiful. It's kind of big. It's kind of nice. No, it's sort of. Are you hungry? Sort of. Right? Are you tired? A bit. So girls are very, they are very fond of hedging. So these are the two things that I said. Well, if we have to conclude, then very likely tag question and hedging combined lead me to the discussion that I think it's likely to be a female. Okay? Right. Now let's move on to the second one. Need some help with that? I think some says guys and some says girls. What do you think then? Guy or girl? Who wants to give me evidence to convince me that my answers your answers is right? Anybody?
This question I think is guy will say that because it's the direct meaning and direct question. Yes. So mostly I think guy will use that question, that sentence. Yeah, direct sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I think because is the guys normally tend to not be too polite than girls. If girls want to say, would you need some help with that? Then we say more polite.
Okay, good discussion. Well, tentatively or potentially, this one is likely to be spoken by a guy in this context. Now, my reason is that usually guys don't use complete sentences. If we compare then men and women tend to use complete sentences more than guys. But as I said, this is potential because it's out of the context. So in this one, you see that, need some help with that? That is not a complete structure. And see that there is no flowery language. There is no flowery language. It's just, straight and right to the point, as Kun Patanan just said. So I would say that I would go for male. Okay, number 3. I just love Texas. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Female.
What do you think in this one?
Female.
I think this one is clear, right? That it's female. But as I said, as a linguist, you need to convince me using evidence. What makes you think so?
The emotional sound.
Okay. What is it then? What makes it emotional? Which one is emotional?
I see the one.
Absolutely.
Love.
Good
Absolutely
job.
gorgeous.
Absolutely. I think girls are more exaggerated, dramatic.
Right. And you are very right. Number 3 is clearly spoken by a female for many reasons. 1, see that guys don't use the word love sparingly. They use love when they mean love. I love you, right? But the guys say, I just like Texas. I like Texas, but not love. So in that case, yes, right. Women are very emotional and they are very expressive and they are sometimes a bit exaggerating. They like it, but they say, oh, I love Texas, right? with the body language. I love Texas. So love clearly is a keyword. Next, you are right. Gorgeous. Usually, when a guy say you are gorgeous, it refers to a girl, right? If you have a party to go and oh, look at you, you are gorgeous. The guy will admire the girls, when she's well dressed. Oh, you look gorgeous. But this one is not a girl. It's absolutely. That's another word, right? Very dramatic, very expressive, and very emotional, right? So if this is clearly it's spoken by a girl, I love Texas. It's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, good job. Okay, next card, next one. Oh shoot, I don't know if you remember, but today is Anne's birthday. Very likely. This one is harder.
Cruelly.
Male or female?
Male.
Male. Why?
Male. Because he used like cruel words, right?
What is that word?
Should.
Okay, well, interesting then. This one, the rest is has nothing to do, but I think the word oh should, right? This is sort of like an exclamation, right? An exclamation. This one, I'm not very sure. It could be sort of, I would say normally, oh should, I would say it as a female. I would say oh should, because the guy oh damn, like damn it. Guys will be cussing more, stronger than this. Damn it! Sorry to say, but I think this is more like potentially could be a oh should, okay, but a little bit problematic. How about the last one? That guy is a jerk. What do you think?
Last one definitely I think is a girl.
Female.
Female said.
Yes.
Okay, could be because then when cussing is for a guy, the cussing will be much stronger than this, right? But anyhow, this is just potentially. There is no definite answer because it depends on the background and it depends on the context. It depends on the body language and other gestures as well. But at least based on this, tag question is frequently used by female. Guys don't use it very often. And that's why it's going to be interesting that for those of us who are transgender, they are not girls, they are not guys. The transgender, what do? They might use a lot of tag question to express their own identity, right? Oh, the cake is very lovely, isn't it? Right? Okay. And kind of hedging is a hedging device. Girls hedge all the time. Girls hedge all the time. Are you hungry? Sort of. Is the cake delicious? Kind of, right? So guys don't do this. Okay, but this is just to indicate that, yes, the conclusion is female and male language is not the same, right? How about this one? Right. My mom makes awesome sandwich. What do you think? Any idea?
What do you think? It's spoken by a girl, right? Because I see the word awesome, right? It's quite be the emotional sound, like I said.
Yeah, good job. Yes, you are coming through because of the word awesome here. Guys don't use this kind of word. I would say, delicious sandwich, a good sandwich, but guys will say awesome because this is adjective can be very expressive by girls, usually, not guys. Okay, good job. How about the next one? Gotta run later, dude.
Gotta and dude, professor. As you said, male normally, guys normally use like an incomplete sentence. This without a subject, and the word dude always commonly used among guys.
Thank you, Kun Manchana. Yeah, Good. And he is very right. Incomplete sentences, non-standard language, non-standard, like gotta run means I got to run, right? Later do it, no subject, right? So definitely, right, it's a guy. Okay. The next one, how was the concert last night? This one is so plain. But you know what? Very likely,
It's
I think it's hard to say.
a girl, a female. Because she loves to use like WH question, right?
I mean, this one is hard. How was the concert like that? But because it was so, like everything is correct and it's complete sentences. So I think very likely it will be by a female. Okay. Next, I'm so sorry. I couldn't quite hear you just then. What did you say? This one. This one is clear. This one is clear.
Maybe it's like the girls tend to explain more, but guys don't like to explain. They always try to avoid. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see that these three sentences, right, combine with only one meaning, that say it again, I don't hear you. But the girl bothers to say three sentences, just, over apologizing. I would say over apologizing. I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you just then. What did you say? So this is typical girl thing, right? Okay, how about the last one? I'm not going to read it. What is it? Who is going to be a likely speaker? It's clear.
Yes, it's
right. It's a guy because cussing word, like, right? Okay. Okay. Now, based on, you can see that when you use the language, then you might want to share with your students that this is the dialogue, and the dialogue that you use in class needs to indicate the status clearly: girl or boy, subordinate or superior. Otherwise, they would use English like a robot. See, if you don't say that, you don't talk like that to a teacher, and you don't talk like that to your friends. So the language can vary a lot. It depends on the situation and other social factors. Now let's move on to the next one, right? Now, once we know that English is a very sexist language, right? And we try our best, to eliminate the bias, right? Because right now people are very sensitive to gender more than before, especially in the present decade. And that's why whatever you write, what you say can hurt someone feeling badly, especially when you are working in the society that has many genders involved. So I want you to be able to fix the language, right? That how can you make it better? So these are examples of bad language. Why? Because each one of them is gender biased, right? Let's take a look at the first one. To a woman who possesses the necessary qualification, nursing offers a life of unusual interest and usefulness. She will have limitless opportunities to improve herself and help others, right? Now we know that we talk about the career called nurse and nursing. Well, originally we know that nurses were female originally, but right now, well, nurses don't include only female. Especially in America, you see that there are many guys who are nurses, right? And that's why definitely this sentence is biased. So how about number 2? Each laboratory assistant must perform the experiment at least once before he teaches it to the class. Is this sentence biased? Is this sentence biased?
Yes, Professor. From the word he.
Very good. Now you are sensitive to the language bias. Yes, this sentence is biased because the word he used he to refer to laboratory assistant, which is really biased. Number 3, the priest asked, are you ready to love and honor each other as man and wife for the rest of your lives? Is it biased? Of course, it is bias. But where does the bias take place?
Man and
Man
wife.
and wife.
Right. See that it's not equal at all. Man and wife. Of course, everyone is a man, but man here is really biased because if you have a wife, the other one shouldn't be a man. Okay. How about next number 4? No matter how busy he is, a pilot should take the time to thank the stewardess at the end of every flight. Definitely it's biased, but where does the bias take place?
He is.
Stewardesses.
Okay, he is one. What else? What else?
Stewardesses.
Yeah.
Stewardess.
Right, stewardess, right? Because we know that in one flight, there might be some guys and girls as stewardess. So this is very biased. The last one, my grandparents' day consisting of waiting by the window for someone to come up the walk, whether friend, mailman, or salesman. Yep, it's biased, but where does the bias take place?
Mailman.
Mailman and salesman.
Now you see that the words that end with man can be very biased because man excludes feminine. So these 5 instances, what I want you to do is, read these sentences and fix them as a language teacher that you know how to fix them. So to show you as an example, the first one, the top one is the one which is biased. And the second one is the one that revise and eradicating the bias, right? A woman, I change to people because people is not gender biased. She becomes they, herself becomes themselves. That's how I fix the language. So number 1 has been done for you. So why don't you do the rest? And I will come back to you with the answers. Okay? Yeah. Go ahead. You could do the first 4. This one, and this one. And we have another minimum about 10. Do the rest. Finish them all, huh? Think about the replacement, that you cannot create a new word, You cannot create a new word.
Laboratory. H.
Let's focus on the first 4 first. Okay, the first 4 items. I guess you are done, right? Are you done with 4 questions? Okay, now let's take a look at the answer. I'm sure this is going to be easy. Just a cup of tea for you. Okay. Right. See what happens here? To those people who possess, right, nursing offers, right, to improve themselves, I think you can check the answers by yourself. Oh, this is. Now, as you can see that it doesn't mean there is only one possibility. There is more than one solution to the problem. For example, number 2, this is what I changed. Each laboratory assistant must perform the experiment at least once before teaching it to the class. I'm sure that this is not what you got, right? But this is only one way, and your way is, what do you do then? You change into a plural, right?
That's right.
That's a very easy one, right? Everyone is smiling. That's an easy way to play the game. But this is more complicated because I combine it before teaching it. And that's why I don't need the subject here, right? Number 3, the priest asked, are you ready to love and honor each other as husband and wife for the rest of your lives? Number 4, no matter how busy the pilots are, they should take the time to thank the flight attendants at the end of every flight. The last one is more tricky. My grandparents' day consists of wedding, blah, 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 with a friend. Now look at here, right? Postman doesn't exist anymore because we have a lot of postmen in America. How about in China? There are a lot of women who are doing this, right? In China, or not at all?
Yeah, now more and more.
Yeah, Thailand, they are not, but we have many carriers. So the word is mail carrier now instead of postman. And as I said, salesperson, this is the one we use, as salesman, right? Because right now there are many salespersons who are female. Now look at the next. Have you done this? You haven't done this then. Right, so please work on this then. 5 more sentences. Oh, this is the answers, right? I have to go back. Okay, I guess you're done. So let's see the answers then. Oops, sorry, that's right. See? This is the answer. Sure. Right? The lawyer considered that her client was no Mother Teresa. No, this is not right. Sorry, I screwed up this part. This is not the answer, right? Sorry. Okay, how do you fix that then? คุณออนสิริคะ
female
number one.
Please cut the word female, right?
Okay. But then that doesn't solve the problem. The lawyer, what do you need to do then? Because you have still her client.
For me, Professor, I address with the lawyers. Then we can use their client instead of her.
Exactly. You can say the lawyers consider that their client was no Mother Teresa, right? Okay. Next card. In some cases, if your insurance has been slow in paying and your doctor has his lab work done away from his office, I think it's easier to do what? How do you fix it?
Doctors have their lab and blah 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 from their office. Okay, that's it.
Right, that's it.
Oh,
right.
Okay, and then Professor ask them to tell you exactly the last sentence of this item.
Right. So normally you need to do something like grammatical, and a few times you need some lexical variations to help you fix the problems, right? But anyway, how about the last one? The shift from animal and muscle power to machine power was a major achievement for man. This one is really biased because it's not only for man, but for whom?
Everyone.
For everyone, right?
Human.
Or for humanity, right? So both are correct. Was a major achievement for humanity. So now you can see that there are many ways to fix it. So far, you know that there are some grammatical devices that can help, or lexical devices. And sometimes if you can change the structure from active voice to passive voice, that will help as well. So these are the strategies that we use to improve our language in order not to be biased. Okay? I'm not going to show them all. Okay, let's move on to the next topic then. Right. This one. Now, please read the following sentence. You have to read it right away before you thinking too much about this. Okay, next card. A woman, no, you got to read, not I. You got to read it. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3.
A woman without her man is nothing.
It's nothing.
When you say a woman without her man is nothing, you are promoting masculinity and you are downgrading femininity, right? Because you say a woman without her man is nothing. No. Bibi would say a woman without her man is
nothing.
See, Wang Yi is so happy. Now you see that the language can be quite, ambiguous, and the way you read can be very misleading. So I would say a woman without her man is nothing. So I pause. A woman without her man is nothing. So there are 3 chunks, right? But if you say a woman without her man is nothing, that means something else. Okay, so that's really funny about language, right? Now let's move on to the last one that I asked. Take a look about APA reference guide, because you are all here doctoral degree student, and one day you have to write your dissertation. The APA 7 version was announced not long ago, and it was really shocking to the world. What happened to this version? Anyone knows? I'm not going to answer this question to you because I'm going to let you explore it, the 7 version of APA yourself. And there is one change that they make in order to avoid gender bias. I'm not very happy with that then. I'm not happy at all. So I try to use some other strategies to avoid that one. I'm not going to tell you what it is. So one day when you sit down and write your decision, you will think of me and how to avoid gender bias. Okay. Now, next one. So when we talk about the research topics on this, then, right, I think it's very interesting right now that people need to explore what the transgender voice is. We know that if you use a lot of tag questions, those sentences are likely to be pronounced or produced by female. But how could transgender make their voice heard? They cannot be too feminine because they are not feminine. They cannot be too masculine because they are not masculine. So these, people, they have their own way of creating a language in such a way that people know right away that it's not male, it's not female, but it's a transgender. I don't know whether Wang Yili is familiar with Thai people, but Thai people who are transgender, they have their own mechanisms, right? For example, กรุบกริบหน่อยอะค่ะกรุบกริบนะคะกรุบกริบนะคะกรุบกริบ right? This is you know what, the person who says that normally it's not straight because ladies don't do that, but อาจารย์มันก็กรุบกริบนะคะมันกรุบกริบค่ะนะคะเพราะฉะนั้น the language, they use the language in a certain way to express their own transgender identity. So it would be interesting that what is the process and how do they come up with that kind of language? Okay, the second one, the influence of language on gender differences. For example, when you want to buy a watch and you look at the advertisement, the advertisement of language for watches is the same or not? The language in the advertisements for female and male are not the same, right? Female wear watches to tell the time. You agree or what? When women, when they wear the watch, they have the watches on to go to the party. What is the function of the watch? To tell the time? Yes or no?
No, accessory.
No, accessory.
What is it for? It's for accessory.
Decoration.
Accessory is for like to indicate how luxurious you look, right? We don't use the watch to tell the time anymore because the function has changed now. It becomes, a piece of jewel that add values to the one who wears it. And that's why when people buy watch, female are looking for the watches not to tell the time. They don't care how accurate the time telling is. But for the guys, it's for time telling. It has to be accurate. It has to be water resistant, but girls are not interested in that. So I think it's interesting to analyze the advertising language and see how gender plays a part on particular items like watches, okay? Now the linguistic practices. So what I said that, women like to exclaim like, oh my God, right? Okay, is that the way still practiced nowadays? Is that still valid? That was the discovery about 30 years ago. How about women today? Do we still exclaim that much? เราอุทานบ่อยขนาดนั้นหรือเปล่า? Do we exclaim that much? Are we very expressive? Or maybe the women in that, top level who are, bosses, they don't do that anymore, right? Or the language, social variation about gender, the influence of language in racism expression. I think very interesting because actually in the Thai society, the transgender people are the ones who create new language to the world. They are very creative and they come up with something that we can't do. And once they do it, we follow in their footsteps and we use what they use. Is that true? I'm sure that the word Taj in Thai is not created by straight people, but they are developed or created by transgender people. And I think they are very smart and very creative, right? Okay, next, television news, right? How about the news reporters? when they have to be in the situation, how did they conceal or cover or reveal their identity? Or gender controversy in modern image and evolution. So this is something for you to consider. They are a bit challenging, I have to admit. Now, anything about language and gender? Any comments? Any suggestions? Any discussion on this?
Professor, for me, from number one, that's transgender voice, that you mentioned the word touch or any word that like kind of new word, right? But actually, just only simple or normal word like the word mẹ or mother in English, but for transgender can change their meaning in the positive way, like to call someone who they are respect or admire.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true, you know, like แม่ก็คือแม่ right? That's transgender word, right? And when you แม่ it means like in sense of respect. ตัวแม่ค่ะตัวแม่มาแล้วตัวแม่แล้วทุกคนหลบตัวแม่มาแล้ว Yeah, I think that's interesting that when they try to introduce the new terms into the language, and that language is established somehow, and we follow what are the mechanisms, why they use the word แม่ not พี่ not พี่สาว not elder sister, but they use the word mother. Why? Because mother is more sacred, we respect them more, or because they are old, I don't know. So that's why the one who created them are very, you know, creative, and we need to know the mechanisms behind that so that we understand that language is really creative and the language evolves all the time, and that's very interesting. That's very interesting. I agree, but I don't have enough, you know, sources of data. Maybe Kun Vanchana has, but I don't, because you have to be a part of them. If you want to study transgender language, you've got to be one of them so that they can be accepted and they are ready to share the information. I don't think they share with us, you know, outside Chani, they don't like Chani, right? That's why it got to be someone in the circle who can do this. I can't.
But,
okay.
but,
Yeah, but that's, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, if we study or explore the English transgender voice with the Thai transgender, yeah, I think this might be interesting topic.
Oh yeah, that would be interesting because you are going to play with, you know, the cultural factor now that the transgender, Thai transgender and American transgender, what are the cultural factors? Do they behave in the same way, and do they create the language in the same way? I think that's interesting. That's interesting because, yeah, if you have the source of data, right, that would be interesting.
Okay, so I would like to share one example of the change of word, like nang. Now we can use nang for a man, right? Right? This is the example of the change of language. Nang.
Right. Yeah. And I know that the origin of nang comes from the transgender people as well.
Yes.
Yeah. At the beginning, my daughter used nang with me. I said, oh, นางไม่ชอบอ่ะ ใครเป็นนาง mom นั่นแหละ แม่แหละ Don't use that to me. But you know, after years, I said, okay, I'm nang, because that's how my daughter referred to me. นางไม่ชอบอ่ะ นางคือใคร แม่นั่นแหละ See that? At the beginning, I reacted negatively, but then I said, oh, it's the way it works, right? For example, the word โคตร mom, oh, มันโคตร no, don't use that language, because when I was young, โคตร is forbidden. It's about the whole family. But nowadays, when they want to explain that, oh, it's very good. It's โคตร ดีเลยแม่ โคตร ดีเลยอ่ะ. See that the language changes, you know.
Yes.
And I'm sure these are triggered by the transgender people, especially the word นาง ของคุณออนสิ clearly เลยค่ะ
Yes.
นางตัวดี
And we can use that nang like a you, right? Because nang can be like a meaning of you.
Yeah.
เช่น ไปถามนางหรือนางว่ายังไง So nang can be she or he
third person
or they, the third person. Yes, very good.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, interestingly, because in the old days we use the word nang with a short vowel, right? And nang has a negative connotation. Right away, nang tua di, nang nang. But once you say nang with a longer vowel, that negative feeling is gone. It's gone, really. And we can take it, oh, นางไม่ชอบ นางไม่ไป instead of นาง. See that? Only the vowel lengthening makes things different. Yeah, good point, Kun Wansali. Good point. นาง, that's a good example.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Anything else? Right.
One more thing I want to share is about, have you heard about Lu, ภาษา Lu?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially in transgender, they used to communicate in their way, right?
Yeah. Lu language, you know, is originally took place from at the prison. You know the history. The origin is at the prison because these people were kept in prison, and that's why they want to get out of jail. So in order to get out of jail, they have to communicate with an outsider for help by using another language called Lu language, right? And the Lu language has become the language of the transgender. Why? Because they use among themselves and they can exclude us who are not belonging to that world. It's very interesting because one day I was on the van with a lot of passengers on the van, and then somebody answered the phone, and the person who spoke on the phone used at the beginning they talk about personal issues. And then that person noticed that everyone on the van paid attention to the conversation, which is very bad, but it's interesting because they were talking in the van. So finally, you know what that person do? She switched to the Lu language. And the moment she switched to the Lu language, Budsaba ตกงานเลยค่ะ I couldn't understand anything because I don't belong to that world. And that's why everyone on the van was looking at each other's face and said, man, we don't know what she's talking anymore because she switched to the Lu language. So that's interesting. But you know what? Lu language is structured and governed by grammar. It's not sporadic. It's not out of the blue. It's created based on the certain sets of rules. But you have to learn the rules, how to generate the Lu language. So it's governed. It's governed. It has rules. So you want to learn, you got to study the Lu language. I can't. I cannot flip my head like that. I can't. Okay. Anything else? Right. Now, that leads to the last topic for today. Okay. I think I might finish the class before time. The last one I want to mention is about language and academic style. The reason I chose this topic because I know that you are all PhD students, and one point in time, you have to sit down and write your dissertation, which is not going to be fun at all. Why? Why not fun? Because language style can vary a lot according to situations. But when you write your dissertation, the language is different from spoken language in many ways, right? Now, what are some of the examples then? Right? For example, you cannot say, in this dissertation, หนูอยากจะพูดไอ้นี่ค่ะ หนูอยากจะพูด หนูอยากจะศึกษา Can you write this? Can you say this? หนูอยากจะ Can you say that? No. Why? Because อยากจะ it's very colloquial. Or in other words, อยาก it's a spoken language. So when you write your dissertation, you have to switch your mode and you have to think about sociolinguistics, and you have to use only academic language. Why? One, who is going to read your dissertation? Not anyone from the street. The only one who read your dissertation are people in academia. In academia. That's why the language has to be elevated. Or in a sense, the language has to be a little bit formal. Number two, is it the written language or spoken language? It is written. And that's why written language has to follow the written language styles as well, right? What else? Publication. It will be published and it will be kept on shelf in the library, not in the market. And therefore, the language needs to be formal. Based on these examples or reasons, then writing academic, writing, it could be quite a challenge. Okay. Now, before that, then you need to know the distinction between, for example, if you are in academic mode right now, okay, in academic mode. So these are the questions for you. Number one, recently, nurses have had to take extra precautions like double latex gloves to protect themselves from. There are 4 choices for you. These 4 choices are grammatically correct. Nothing wrong with that then. What matters is the style. Okay. So I want you to pick one answer.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Okay.
Dangerous new infections.
Okay, who goes for number 1? Nobody. Who goes for number 2? Nobody. Who goes for number 3? Nobody. Everyone goes for number 4? Really? Then you are in big trouble when you have to sit down and write your dissertations.
Oh no.
Why? Number 1, the words sick and ill are quite similar.
Yes.
But stylistically, they are very different. I'm sure that you use the word sick all the time, right? Right? Oh, I eat sometimes for 3 days in a row now. I'm so sick of it. I watched this show many times already. I'm sick of this show. See how informal the word is. Therefore, when you write a dissertation, informal word like sick is not okay. Ill is more appropriate in that case. Now, hospital patients, that's not what you want. It's too specific, right? Dangerous new infections. This is not very academic. Why? Because the word dangerous. Okay, dangerous is very subjective. Dangerous to Vanchana might not be dangerous to Kun Rosamon. Dangerous to BB might not be dangerous to Kun Patanan. That's why dangerous is a very objective word. So in academic writing, we try to be objective, not subjective. Therefore, the best answer for this one is the word the ill. See? Now, implication is ill is a very formal word and people don't use it very often. Ill and sick are the same, but sick is informal and ill is more formal. Okay, number 1. Now, let's move on to number 2. Hopefully, you will get it right this time. Okay, go ahead. Think carefully now because we are dealing with stylistic variation.
B.
Okay, who goes for 1? Nobody? Who goes for 2?
2.
Hey, Professor.
Major
Okay.
problem.
Who goes for 3? Nobody. And who goes for 4? Good. Now you see that once I alert you of being careful how to select the language, you are really well done. Right. Number 1, what makes it informal?
Deal.
Deal, right? Because deal is a very, very informal, right? Okay, how about lunch at 7? Deal. People use it all the time. So deal is not formal enough, right? Number 2 is the correct answer. Number 3, people speak it all the time. We use this one in spoken language. Oh, what do you like? I like that thing. What do you like? I like that. I don't like that thing, right? We use the word thing. So now you know that you're not supposed to use the word thing in your dissertation at all. What is the next thing you have to know is that bad, right? Bad is not a word used in your dissertation. You can say that previous studies are bad. No, you have to say previous studies are flawed. Previous studies have limitations. Yes, but you cannot say previous studies are bad. Okay, clear? Right. Thing is a very informal tool. Big and small. How big is big? When I say big, big for BB might be small for Wansha. Big for BB might be small for Wang Yili, right? So that's why too subjective. So the problem is major, right? Major is the same as big, but you know what? We don't talk about being subjective. We say major. It's one of the major problems, not big problems. So I hope you will remember this, and when you sit down and write your dissertation, you know how to use this in your dissertation to make it really proper. Okay, the next one. You're getting better, huh? Okay.
B boy.
Okay, anyone
American,
goes
American.
for one? One? Nope, nobody. Two? Yes, right?
Yes.
Three? Nobody. Four? Nobody. Now explain to me then why you want to go for two, not 1, 3, 4. Why? There must be a reason for that.
Nico is spoken language. It's very informal.
It's not polite
And
language.
blacks also.
Yeah,
Nico
and
blacks
black also. Yes. It's
Right. Okay. Good that you are being sensitive to the language. Negroes and blacks, you know, remind us of the history of the slaves in Africa. Right? The blacks and Negroes. And that's why when you go to America, these two words are prohibited because it means that you are being something like racial discrimination. You're not supposed to. And that's why we call the black people in America, we call them African American. Okay, so the key word is African American. Now, what is the difference between convicts and inmates? Right? Inmates is very, you know, has a very bad connotation. Inmates means they are imprisoned, right? I mean, they are already sentenced to be in prison. But convicts, I mean, this somehow, they may be during the process of investigation and the final outcome is not yet. So this one is more proper in that sense, because this one, imagine people behind the bars, which is, you know, very derogatory one. Okay, good. Getting better, right? Next card. Now, we talk about academic language here. I try to avoid this one. Okay, move over here. When we talk about academic language, we know that it's very formal. I want you to match this one, right? These are the 6 common rules for academic language. Let's take a look at rule number 1. And I'm sure you have been working on this when you sit down and write your papers or dissertation. According to the APA, they say that for numbers 1 to 10, you cannot write the number. You got to spell the words and write the actual words. Have you heard this before? Everyone looks quiet. Have you heard this before? So I guess you don't know this, right? Okay, so let's start, you know, coming to my academic world. If you write your dissertation or your report or your research report, when you say, oh, there are 5 students or 5 students took the test, you're not supposed to write number 5. You cannot write number 5. You have to write the actual words like FIVE. You got it?
Yes, got it.
Yes. Now, when can you write the numbers? When? When?
In front of now.
Start from
statistics.
Well, in front of now, like 5 cats, 5 dogs, 5 students.
No, because in this case, look at this then. Number one, rule number
Say-
one. For numbers 1 to 10, you not use the letters. You have to use the actual words. So when can you use the numbers? When the numbers is greater than 10.
11. We start from 11.
Right. So from 11, you can
Yes.
use the letters now. Okay, you can use the numbers. Got it? That's okay. You haven't written anything yet. Next, number 2. If it's possible, don't use simple sentences. What does it mean, simple sentence? I have 3 dogs. My dogs are nice. They like eating fish. See that? This is called simple sentences. I have 3 dogs. My dogs are nice. They like fish. No, because in your dissertation, you can combine them and make it into a complex sentence. Sounds better there, because otherwise it's very choppy, dun, 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 like that. Okay, so that's rule number 2. Next, rule number 3, phrasal verbs. What does it mean, phrasal verb? Can you give me an example of phrasal verb?
Look after.
Okay, look after, look into, right? Take after. So phrasal verb, or another we call 2-word verbs, right? Or 2-word verbs. So why? They say avoid phrasal verbs, because phrasal verbs sound informal. Okay? For example, look into, don't use look into. We use the word what? Investigate or examine instead. So you see that once you use, these words, your language is elevated to be more academic. So this study aims to examine. This study aims to investigate. You don't want to use phrasal verbs, okay? Now, actually, there are many research papers that they can include phrasal verbs as well. So it's not really a rule that you cannot do it, but if you can, try to avoid. That's why they use the word avoid if you can, okay? Number 4, this is a rule. Number 4 is a rule. Do not use contracted word forms. Now, what does it mean by contracted word form? ก็คือ contractions. Don't use contractions. ตัวย่อ เช่น it's ไม่ได้ค่ะ ต้องเป็น it is นะคะ เพราะฉะนั้น contractions are not possible. This is the rule. Number 3 is not a rule, but number 4 is the rule. Next ค่ะ academic language has to be precise. And that's why use precise language and avoid vagueness. นะคะ Without ambiguity, if you can, please avoid it. And the last one, avoid informal and idiomatic language. For example, from the bottom of my heart, these are called idioms, right? I work 24 hours around the clock. That's an idiom. Oh, he's so poor, he couldn't make ends meet. That's an idiom. So idioms are not acceptable in academic language. Okay, having learned these 6 rules, I want you to match them. They are on the left side and the right side. Will you please match them?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you 3 minutes on this.
เสร็จแล้ว
You're so proud of your accomplishment,นะคะ. So what is number 1? The answer is
D.
Right, number 1, the answer is
It's D.
D dot.
But number 2?
E.
Number 2, E.
Number 2?
Avoid overuse.
Avoid the overuse of simple sentences. Very good. How about number 3? Avoid phrasal verbs. What is it?
Such as go off and talk about.
Now, give me then. If you don't want to use go up, what would be a word to replace go up? After the test, the scores went up. What would be a good word to replace the word
Increase.
Yes, increase. Go down.
Decrease.
Decrease.
Talk about.
Mention.
Talk about.
Discuss.
Yeah, discuss, right? You know all the vocabulary. So if it's possible, avoid these, phrasal verbs, right? Okay, and next number 4, what is the answer?
C.
Right. These are examples of contractions. Remember, contractions are not possible at all. Don't even use it. Number 5, what is it?
F.
Right. Using numbers and statistics where possible, right? Don't say some students, not say 5 students, 6 students, or 2 students. Don't say 5, some, okay? And the last one, avoid informal and idiomatic language. What is it?
B.
Right. It's the only thing left, right? Use formal. Okay, good. So now the rest of the lecture will be on academic language. Why I chose this topic? Because I want you to be sensitive to the language used. I know the grammar, you can get it, but the way you write should be elevated enough because it's for academic purposes. Okay, any other questions at this point? Any other questions? I will let you take a break then, okay? So we'll come back and meet each other at 2:45. คุณมัทนันตามนั้นไหมคะ? Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so now it's 2:30, and then we are going to have a lesson for about 15 minutes. And let's come back at 2:45 to continue our special lecture by Professor Dr. Budsaba. Thank you.
Thank you. But if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Guys tired? How you doing? How you guys doing? Still okay? Tired, sleepy, hungry?
Okay,
I'm
all right,
doing
so
good.
You're doing
well,
good?
I'm okay ค่ะอาจารย์
so far so good ค่ะ
okay
I hope so. You know, that's why online teaching, it's really not really, anyway.
Yeah, so welcome back to the last session of the webinar. I hope all you are ready to start again. Now, may I invite the special lecturers to continue the lecture, please?
Okay, thank you. Right. So let's take a look at this, slide again. And you can see that we have two examples. The first one is informal, and I wouldn't say incorrect, but if I would say that I wouldn't recommend you using it. So this is the one you should go for. Let's take a look at the first one. We already mentioned this point, right? Contractions. As I say, it's a big no. You cannot have contractions at all. So let's take a look, right? The storm wasn't severe. The storm was not severe. That's easy. Now, the next one, phrasal verb. What is the phrasal verb here? What is the phrasal verb?
Pull out.
What is an example?
Pull out.
pull out
Pull out. Right, pull out. It's very colloquial, right? But you see that more than that is then the company intends to exit the deal. Now, you see that once in Thai is yak. And yak, it's a very bad word to use นะคะ so don't use คำว่าอยากงานนี้อยากไม่ต้องค่ะ this study once ไม่ได้ต้องเป็น intends to exit the deal, pull out, right? Okay, next, slang.
kids
Slang terms are very informal. So the word here, as put right, kids, right? You can say it in spoken language, but when you write, you have to say children should exercise more. Clear? Right. Next one is called acronyms. What does it mean by acronyms? What is an example of acronyms here?
needs
No.
ASAP. As
ASAP.
soon as possible.
So ASAP is acronym. Now, what does it mean? What is acronym then? Acronym is the language phenomenon when you have this phrase and you use the first letter as soon as possible. You have the first letter of A, S, A, P, and put them together, boom, that's called acronym. So actually the word COVID is also an acronym, come from corona, virus, disease, right? COVID. So there are many acronyms here. Now, this rule is you got to be very careful with this, right? This one says that acronyms are not possible, but I would say that in our dissertation, you will have a lot of acronyms, right? The most common one is what? ELT, because that's your program. ELT is an acronym. So can you use it? The answer is yes, you can. You can use it only and only if you establish first that ELT in parentheses stands for English language teaching. So you have to mention it the very first time you use. And then after that, after you establish it, you can use the acronyms throughout your dissertation. This rule works for dissertation or published research articles. You have to use it once as a full form, and once you establish it, you can use the acronyms forever. And because in our field, there are many acronyms, like, for example, ELG, English as a lingua franca, EIL, English as an international language. You cannot assume that everyone knows your acronyms. You have to establish first, and for the rest, you are okay. Got it? Right. Now, the next one, cliche. Cliche means that you say it, but it has no meaning. It has no meaning. It's called a cliche. Now, the example of this one is, it goes without saying. It goes without saying that. See that? 5 words, it goes without saying. It's a cliche. It means nothing at all, right? That's why in academic writing, you don't have to say anything at all, okay, without using the cliche, because it's not meaningful at all. Okay, the next one is very problematic, the use of personal pronouns. Nowadays, there are many young researchers who are so arrogant of their studies, and they're so proud of their studies. That's why they use I, and I all the time. Now, I don't do that. But in some disciplines that it's getting common now, but I don't do that. Why? I don't think I'm big enough. Normally, I should be someone who is very, very famous, world internationally known like that. So in your cases, as a PhD student, I would not recommend you using I in your dissertation at all. Unless it's your great contribution. For example, you discover the medicine to cure cancer. If you have discovered that, go ahead, I discovered the medicine to cure cancer, go ahead. But I don't think that will happen in our field. So in that case, don't try to use I, because it's going to be quite dangerous for you. Because they will say, who are you, by the way? And they will say, oh, I am PhD student. Don't even talk about yourself, because you don't have that kind of authority yet, okay? Now, if I shouldn't be used, so as you. Why you is not supposed to be used in academic language? Why? Because it's not spoken language. You say, I talking to you, right? In this case, I is, in the background, and so as you as well. We're not talking about any particular person in front of you. So if it's possible, don't use you at all, because otherwise it sounds very arrogant, and it sounds, like very pedantic, and it's like you are very powerful. Okay, so in this sentence, you have many course options at university. No, don't do that. Okay, next one is rhetorical question. What is rhetorical question? What is a rhetorical question? It is a question, right? But it is a question that doesn't require or elicit any answer. Don't try to answer at all, because it's a rhetorical question. For example, suppose I'm doing a TED talk. I'm giving a TED talk. I say, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Now, answerก็ตอบว่า no, I don't know. That's it. What I'm doing here, I'm doing something called rhetorical question. You know what? I'm not asking. It's the question that I use to call attention only. So don't try to answer. So this one, why are vaccines a controversial issue? You want to say that vaccines are controversial, right? So say it, but don't use the question. Okay, you can use a question in, lecture or presentation, but not in academic writing. Next, this is the one which is a very delicate one, judgmental or emotive language. As I said, academic writing has to be very objective. And that's why when you use your emotions, it makes the whole thing sound so subjective. What are some subjective words? Chen, oh, you look beautiful, right? The word beautiful is very subjective, because beautiful in my standard might be one way, but Kun Wanchana, beautiful might mean another meaning. That's why beautiful is not the word to be used in academic language. And so are the words good and bad. They are all subjective, because my good is your bad, my bad is your good. We don't know what exactly mean. So in this one, for example, I believe that. What is the problem word there?
Fantastic.
What is the problem? I believe. Because in academic writing, I don't care what you believe. I care what you found. Therefore, when you say, I believe, who are you? I don't care who you are. I don't want to hear what you believe. I don't care. The second one, a fantastic development. You might feel inclined to use that word. Nope, fantastic, right? Oh, it's a painful. No, you don't do that. So what is the suggestion then? Evidence shows. See that? Now it becomes objective. Why? Because I said it because it's based on the evidence. Objective. Good. A very positive development. The word positive is frequently used in academic language. So you don't say good, but you say positive. And you don't say bad, but you use what? Tell me.
Negative.
Poor.
Why? Negative, right?
Oh,
For
yes.
example, this has a positive impact. It means good. This has a negative impact. It means bad. I know that Thai people are not in the habit of using these words at all. And that's why academic writing needs to be trained, right? See that? A very positive, oh, it's good then, right? And the last one, this is going to happen to young researchers like you guys. When you try to say something very absolute. For example, Germans are punctual. You are asking for trouble. Because it's impossible that all Germans are punctual. There must be some who are not punctual. Therefore, you change to Germans tend to be punctual. รอดค่ะ Now, what is it here? This is the one I mentioned this morning. เราเรียกตัวนี้ว่าอะไรคะ? What do we call this device? Tend to. I mentioned it this morning. This is called hedging. Remember hedging? Hedging. H-E-D-G-I-N-E. Hedging devices. Hedging devices are very good and very beneficial in academic language. Can you give me some more examples of hedging devices? 10 to is the only one. There are about 20 more. Can you give more examples?
Kind of.
Pardon? Kind of.
Sort of. Slightly.
When you use kind of and sort of, they are hedging, but they are too colloquial.
Oh.
They are too colloquial, so you cannot use it. For example, you can say Germans tend to be punctual. Germans seem to be punctual. Germans appear to be punctual. Okay?
Yes.
Or you can say that it's possible that Germans are punctual. So what is the hedging there? It's possible.
And
right?
use like investigate, right? Can I?
No. Investigate is for phrasal verbs. So you can say that potentially, this is the answer. Potentially is the hedging.
Potentially.
It's likely that, likely it's a hedging. So there are many hedging devices in academic language because we don't want you to use absolute statements because you are in danger of being attacked. โดนแน่ค่ะ โดนแน่ Okay, clear? So I don't know how much you know about hedging devices, but they are very frequent, like tend to, possibly, potential, possible, likely. These are all hedging devices. It can be a verb, it can be adjective, it can like tentative, it can be adverb. All of these are hedging devices. Clear?
Yes.
Now, any questions on this? So you see that academic writing dissertation is a challenge, not because of the content only, but also the language. And that's why we have research articles in order to publish in journals, academic journals, not อะไรคะในตัวตูน not ในอะไรคะวารสารที่ว่าในด้านตัดผมอะที่มันไม่มีแล้ว See that? Because these are published in journal articles. That's why the language is going to be very different. Okay? Any questions on this? ครูสร้างครูสมยังอ่านกันเหรอคะ
Yes.
Okay, any questions on this?
No.
Right. Now let's move on to the last sentence here. Look at this sentence, which reads, at the end of the day, we believe this technology definitely represents an amazing opportunity. This is a big no-no, right? What's wrong with this?
The word
First of all,
believe.
Okay. One person says believe, right? Because I said, no, you cannot be judgmental. Okay, good. What else?
At the
Oh,
end
now
of the day,
the word we.
Okay, at the end of the day, that's a bit too dramatic. มันจะลิเกไปหน่อยไหมคะ right? At the end of the day, no, we don't do that. Okay, what else?
Amazing.
เมื่อกี้คุณพูดว่าอะไรคะ we, right?
We.
If you say we believe, I mean, you believe, but I don't believe. So don't try to use the pronouns there. Okay, what else?
amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. Why not amazing? Because it is an
Dramatic, right?
Yeah, it's an
Emotional.
emotive language,
language.
right? What else?
Definitely.
Definitely. Why? Because
Absolute.
definitely is an absolute
Absolute
statement.
statement.
See, at the first glance, you say, oh, Ajahn, this sentence is nice. Ka. At the end of the day, we believe this technology definitely represents an amazing thing. But after you analyze, you see that there's nothing left about this sentence at all. It has to be fixed in order to be fit, to fit in academic writing language. Okay, so hopefully you learn enough from this. The next one. Right? This is the answer. At the end of the day, we emotive language like believe, amazing, and definite. The next one is an exercise. Okay. I gave you about 10 words here, right? Which are quit, get, good, bad, help, let, enough, look for, find out, talk about.
Yes.
These are the ones that I said, or as it said, the material said, don't use them in your academic writing. So I want you to give me some alternatives. If you don't want to use the word quit, what are some examples that you can replace?
Resign.
I want you to find at least 2 answers for each item. I will let you have, I will give you 5 minutes or 3 minutes on this. At least 2, at least 2. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
At least 2 words for each one.
Yes.
Okay. You done?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, before we talk about the answers, let's talk about how do you use these words in context in your daily life then, right? For example, quit. Give me a sentence using quit. Give me a sentence, please. Normally, I quit, right?
I quit a job.
I quit smoking. I quit.
The job.
So you can see that you don't realize that when you use the word quit, normally it's in an informal context. I quit smoking. I quit. The boss says something bad about me there. I quit. Bye, right? So you see that the word quit is really informal. The second word, get. Oh, we overuse the word get all the time, right? I got it. I got it. I got it, right? We use get, overuse it. And when people use it, right, they carry on into academic writing as well. Good. When you do a dissertation, you say, oh, the study is good. No, what does it mean by the study is good? No, the study is bad. What do you mean by study is bad? You need to be more descriptive, right? Using another adjective to describe how bad it is. Help. Well, help is a very common word and we use it all the time. But we know that help can be replaced by many other words as well. Let is also very common, very, very common. Enough, look out, find out, and talk about. These are phrasal verbs. So, okay, tell me then, what are the answers for quit? Anyone that you have in mind?
Can I try?
Sure. Please.
The first one, resign and leave.
Okay, resign. Okay, resign and leave. Okay. Now, it depends on the context, right? But I'm sure that people will come up with different answers. Any other words? คนอื่นคะ? How about others?
Expire.
Quit also can mean cease.
Cease, right? Okay, C-E-A-S-E.
Yeah.
C-E-A-S-E. That's a very good word. C-E-A-S-E, cease. Okay, what else? I want everyone to write down the answers so that now when you sit down and write your dissertation, you have this page on the wall and said, don't use quit, don't use get because BB says so. What else? That's it?
Step down. Step down.
Step down. You see that once you use step down, you use phrasal verb. Right?
Depart.
And we try not to use phrasal verbs.
Yes, thank you.
Right? That's okay. Now let's move on to the word get. What are the answers?
Mine.
Anyone?
Gain.
Gain. What else?
Obtain.
Obtain.
Acquire.
What else?
Acquire.
Acquire. Ah, see, your language has been elevated to be PhD now. Not get, but obtain, acquire. Okay, good. How about good?
Efficient.
Appropriate.
Useful.
Appropriate, efficient, beneficial.
Useful.
Okay.
Excellent.
Suitable.
Excellent. Excellent. I would hesitate a little bit to use excellent. I think excellent is too close to good. Okay. How about bad?
Bad.
Poor.
Poor.
Poor. But poor.
Low.
Okay. Poor. Okay. What else?
Negative.
Negative.
Awful.
Low.
Awful. Well, the word awful is not good because awful is very emotive language, right? Remember?
Yes.
Oh, you look awful. You look awesome. So awful is not a good word for academic language. Okay, help.
Assist.
Assist.
Support.
Encourage.
Support.
Encourage. Okay, could be. Could be. Okay, next let.
Permit.
Allow.
Permit.
Allow.
Permit.
Permit. Okay. 32. Enough. How about that?
Sufficient.
Adequate.
Sufficient. What else?
Effectual.
Adequate.
Adequate, okay.
Competent.
Sufficient, adequate. Look out, as I said, this is a no-no because it's a phrasal verb. What does it mean, look out?
Search.
Search, right? Find out.
Seek.
Discover.
Discovered. Okay. How about talk about?
Discuss.
Discuss.
Discuss. Only one word?
Argue.
Argue. Okay.
Examine.
So at least you see that the list is longer now because you know that these are the informal words. So this is my list. See? Quit, resign, as you said, leave, but also abandoned, right? Right? And also suspend, right? For example, he was suspended from the program because he didn't come and take the class, so he was suspended from the program. Good. Get, obtain, you say that, acquire, also secure, right? Right? The tools need to be secure. The fund needs to be secured, right? And I use passive voice as well. Good, suitable, beneficial, or useful. Bad, poor, as you said, unhealthy, critical, or serious. Okay. Help, assist, aid, relieve, and support. I think these words, you know, you all know the words, but when you use it, you don't use it because they are not active vocabulary. It's quite a shame that you know so much, but when you sit down and write, you write only, you know, basic vocabulary. Next card, let, allow, permit, authorize. See, that's a very good one. Enough, sufficient, ample, that's a good word, and adequate. Look out, seek, pursue, right? I went to America to pursue my doctoral degree, pursue, right? Next, find out, discover, learn, unearth, reveal. And the last one, talk about, discuss, examine, and debate.
Debate.
See? So I'm sure that, you know, you have this list, you know, you will see that, now you can write better, approaching to academic writing. There are many, many more words, you know, that you can find. And I'm sure you can find more when you read research articles published in distinguished and, you know, like prestigious journals. You got not only content, but also the model of the language for publication. Now, the next one, right? Actually, I plan to do the pair work, but it doesn't work now. Look at this paragraph then, right? I want you to do work on paragraph, on each paragraph. Let's focus on paragraph 1. Read it and I will ask you what you think about it. Please read. And circle the mistakes that made and against what I just told you not to do for academic writing. Just only paragraph 1, okay? Okay. I guess you finished reading. And based on the rules we just covered, right, that you are not supposed to do certain things when you write academic, when you do academic writing. So again, read the paragraph again, only paragraph 1, and circles the ones that you think it's not correct for academic writing. Just circle in your on your handout. Okay. Now you have circled something, and actually many things will circle, right? What is the first one? Anything on the first line? On the first line, which is not right.
Terrible.
Terrible.
Terrible. Very good. Terrible is a very informal word. Terrible. You cannot say, "Oh, my students are terrible." No, you can say that my student scores are not quite satisfactory. See that? I said my student scores are not satisfactory. You cannot say my student scores are terrible because it's a spoken language. What else? Okay. Lie to.
Talk about.
Okay. Lie to.
40.
Talk about. Is that in lie to? Talk about.
20%, 20%, 20.
10 times and 40 years.
The number.
I think for this one, 40 years in that case, 40
Okay.
years should be spelled out. Even
40.
though it can be, this one is okay too, but I think because 40 years, it's a short word, F-O-R-T-Y. It is much nicer to write it in letters, 40 years. What else? Lie to?
20%.
Nothing, right?
20%.
Oh, line 3?
10 times.
10.
Times, yeah.
Sum up, yes.
Sum up.
Good. Jumped up. It's a phrasal verb, and you know how. I will ask you for the replacement later. Okay. What else? Line 4.
Talk about.
Talk about. What else?
Fix.
This has in.
Fix. Fix and bring for the line 4. Because
Bring in is the first
in,
one.
informal language.
Bring in.
Bring
in. That's a problem because bring in is a phrasal verb, right? Okay,
In
how
my
about line
opinion.
5?
In my
In my
opinion.
opinion.
Very good, because this is a sort of, very academic, and we don't know who you are, so you better not say in my opinion. Okay, so now you see that the first time you read the paragraph and you think, oh, it sounds good, it reads well, but actually for academic writing, you need to improve a lot. So now let's work on paragraph 2. Only paragraph 2, only. Circle the mistakes that need to be fixed.
How will it be so?
How will this be so?
The question.
Yes. How will this be so?
Just do the whole paragraph first, and then I will ask you to tell me the answers later. Thank you.
Yeah, don't tell her to. That's the one. That's the get.
We don't do not
Okay, in paragraph 2, line 1, what is the problem?
That's.
That's.
will.
That's okay. Something else?
To certain. Certainly.
Certainly, เห็นไหมคะ Certainly is too absolute. You are too, you are overconfident, and that one should be gone. Okay, line 2.
How well this is
Question.
How big
The question.
Right, there is a, what do you call this again? What kind of question?
Rhetorical question.
Rhetorical question.
Rhetorical
Right,
question.
rhetorical question. But what else?
By some.
Yeah, by some
By
estimate.
some.
When you want to put show to the other and make to convince them, you cannot say by some estimate, because it means that you are not sure. You have to do something more than that. Okay, how about line 3?
Line 3.
Although, I'm not sure about that then. But, okay, let's line 4. Line 4.
We.
Yeah, we.
Okay, we, good. What else?
Don't.
Maybe even many, right? Because many it's too absolute. Like many means what? 5 or 10 or 100. We don't know exactly many by what standard. Next card, line 5.
That
will be needed.
What else?
Will not.
Okay, how about line 6 then?
But it also. It also.
It's also.
It will. Okay, it will also. Okay.
Get.
Okay.
Is allow okay here?
Yeah,
it's okay.
Allow, I think it's okay. I think it's okay at this point. Okay, now let's move on to paragraph 3.
Can be good. Bad.
Just circle them first, and then I will ask you for the answers. Okay, in paragraph 3, the first line, anything on the first line?
Choose something, the move toward more.
Right, the move. I think that's a very problematic one. The move, right? The move. Because the move is too like, dancing or what? We don't know what move is that. So I think the word is going to be, needs to be replaced. How about line 2?
Good.
Bad.
Bad.
Okay, good. Line 3?
Put.
Line 3 is a put at risk. That's the whole expression, put at risk. And also what? The word good, that's nothing. Okay, what else? Line 4, for example,นะคะ.
Enough.
Good. Line 5.
Moreover, right?
We'll think about that then. How about line 6?
Is result in.
As we all know.
There are many things going. Before that is to make ends meet. That's a very that's an idiomatic expression, to make ends meet, right? And also, as we all know, it is a cliche, right? Okay, right. Now, how about next paragraph then? We'll come back to this in detail. The last paragraph.
At the end of the day.
Okay, we already know that at the end of the day, it's gone. Okay, what else?
Great.
Great, exactly,
Great.
because great is a very subjective word. Okay, what else? It may
help.
May
May help.
also
right, because we already know that there are many words that can replace help, right? Okay, what else?
deal.
Avoid.
Deal.
Oh, deal. Okay, deal. So now you see that with your training, with some training, you become more sensitive to academic language. And you already highlighted places that need to be fixed. So here's the answer, and see what the changes have the impact on the academic writing in general, right? So the first one, let's go by paragraph then. The first paragraph, the word is currently. Now look at the word currently. That's my favorite word, okay? Sorry. The word currently. Now, if you think about using the word now, you better change, because currently is a very academic word. If you don't notice that, please do. So these are the words that I think that needs to be fixed, like terrible, 40 years, because it's a short word. I prefer to have it written in words. Okay? Jumped up. So check your answer then, right? Because these are the spots. At least there are some spots that needs to be fixed. Right? Okay. Paragraph 1, checked.
特别主观的词也不能用，绝对的词也不能用，就模糊的词，什么 some 啊，我之前老喜欢用 some， 也不能用 some 也不能用，
用什么词代替？
什么 good 呀也不能用。
剩下用什么词代替
？some 啊，一些呀，你不能讲一些呀，到底几个？一些到底几个？many 呀也不能用 ，many 到底多少？到底多少叫 many？ 动词短语这样也不能用，介词短语吧，介词短语也不能用。什么大白话也不能用，什么 cliche 这个 ，as we all know 。
Quiet, please, girl.
Oh, sorry. 你关了。
Your microphone is on. So these are the places that we need to fix, okay? So I want to make sure that you highlight them first. But more than that is how to fix them. You know where to fix, but you don't know how to fix them. So the next step is fix them. The world is currently facing a terrible is not good at all. How can you fix them?
Can we use serious?
Yeah, let's do it quietly first, and then I will let you share the answers. Do as much as you can, as if you are marking a student's homework. Everyone done with this, right? You're done the circle.